Hello and welcome back to Wadden. My name is Beast today. I'm back with five school of stars, yes. A sky full of stars. Fine days. Last time we finally got done with Corona, which was somewhat of a pain. Like, I like her character, but by God, her route is exhausting. Anyway, so yeah. So today we'll be going at either Saya or Hikari. And as nobody even slightly seemed to show any intention of telling me which route they want to see first, well, the only thing I can do right there is just flip the fucking coin. So let's just open a coin flip. Coin toss. Open. Display capture. Yes. Okay, so let's say heads is this currently is tails. Well, let's just go here. So let's say heads is Saya, tails is Hikari. Tails. Hold on, I want to just see. Okay, it does actually do both. Oh, I need to log in. Oh well. Anyways, so yeah. Looks like we're gonna do Hikari first. Huh?
知ってっか？すっげえ彗星が宇宙から飛んできてんだってよ。
Why are we back here? Anyways, fucking missed. There we go. Anyways, let's keep going. Wow, but still, why are we so far back? Hikari after. There's no after. This is Hikari before. It was the third semester of 5th grade. The February chill filled the classroom along with talk of the comet's arrival.
マジですげえんだって。その名も外装彗星。
Where Takichi was able to proudly state that Hikari stole his line.
だよバカ光。
遅い遅い。そんな情報、あたしらはもうとっくにキャッチしてたもんね。ねえ、天体ガイドに載ってたよね。星のことであたしたちにかなうと思われちゃ困るよ、タケ。
光のくせに偉そうにドヤ顔しやがって。
The arrival of Comet Geisen had been a major topic in astronomy magazines for quite a while. The time of its approach was finally nearing, and it had come up on the news last night, it seems. Takichi probably saw that.
ひかりちゃん、本当に星に詳しくなってる。理科とか超苦手だったくせに。うんうん。
どうせ天の川に教えてもらったんだろ。
Ignoring Takichi, Hikari stuck her nose up boastfully.
まあ、当然見過ごせないニュースなわけよ。我ら三日月天文クラブとしては。もう観測計画も立ててるしね。
Yeah. I gave a short answer to Hikari, nudging me with her shoulder. She was exaggerating by calling it a plan, but we had a day and general time decided. Basically, it was a play date. Still, the gazes of our classmates huddled around the heater gathered on us.
空見くんの天体望遠鏡で彗星見るの？見るよ。きっと大迫力だろうね。 私も見てみたい。
It looks said she was either envious or begging. Felt a bit nervous deep down, but honestly, I didn't feel bad. It felt like the value of my telescope was
じゃあ
recognized.
さ、またみんなでやっちゃう？
Everyone's eyes lit up. Even Takeichi's.
おお
He seemed honestly happy. Then the bell rang. Something's gonna happen that prevents them from looking at the goddamn
みんな
thing.
チャイム鳴ったわよ。席について。
The teacher entered the classroom and everyone scattered from the heater like baby spiders returning to their seats.
起立。
With Sai's orders, who was on class duty that day, everyone gave an energetic good morning. Everyone's voices got a bit louder during the winter for some reason.
はい、おはようございます。
Probably because everything is shut, causing the reverb to go up quite a bit.
着席。
As Saotome looked around, satisfied at her well-behaved students, she became aware of all eyes desperately gathered on her this morning.
先生。
A girl couldn't hold it in and rose her
あの
hand.
ね、またみんなでやろうって。
Do what?
何を？
They all looked at us. Sam and I signaled each other with our eyes, then passed it on. Catching that? Hi! Hikari cheerfully rose her hand.
はい、ほうき星さん。
天体観測会です。
This big astronomical event, the comet's arrival, brought a second small astronomy boon to the class. We began planning the second stargazing party. Its core was, of course, our Mikazuki Astronomy Club. This time for sure, we'd spread the fun of astronomy to everyone. We were secretly fired up. Because we knew it would definitely be an amazing experience. Make an impact and reach for the dazzling soaring... We would make an impact and reach for the dazzling soaring comet using our telescope.
彗星の尻尾を捕まえよう。どんな風に見えるんだろう。きっとすごく綺麗だろうね。
Might end up making a huge discovery. We didn't know at the time that Comet Geisen would be called the disappointment of the century. Oh, it's that. No. You didn't even see my
綺麗
hand
だ
there.
ね。
Yeah. Hikari and I nestled together and lost ourselves in the calming starlit darkness. Small world wrapped in silence for us alone. All these stars were ours. It's been a while since we saw the winter diamond like this.
うん。
Stars really are best in the winter. The Milky Way in the summer is hard to give up though.
そうだね。
Hikari narrowed her eyes in a trance as she replied.
うん。あのオリオン座、ちょっと歪んでない？
Hikari put into words what I'd been thinking, but decided not to say. The beautiful form of Orion really did look a bit... No, very crooked. I pointed somewhere else to avoid the question. Look, it's the Pleiades cluster! You can see all 6 stars so
本
clearly.
当だね。でも、なんだか大きい気がするわ。多分あれだね。ムツラ星をちゃんと見せたくて、つい大きくしちゃったんだね。
She struck home, then broke into a
微
smile.
笑ましいな。
ちょっとピカリン、さっきからダメ出しばっかするのやめてくれる？
A voice flew at us, unable to hold back anymore.
はいはい、ごめんごめん。
Hikari retorted with a grin, then leaned her head onto my shoulder. The stars lit up her face and body. Probably mine as well. This the inside of a small planetarium, after all. Quiet down. We finally managed to get some time alone.
そうだね。
Some alone time. Hikari gazed at me as if desiring something, with another spellbound expression on her face.
ねえ、アキト。
は？
今なら誰も見てないよ。
Nope, there aren't.
もう、わかってるくせに。
With that secret message, Hikari puckered her lips and faced me. I took her shoulders and brought my lips in close.
はい、時間でーす。
Quiet, seething rage! The world's exit, once sealed, was heartlessly opened, and the boorish light invaded. With the morning sun, the stars melted away, and the atmosphere was ruined. We slowly and reluctantly left the dome.
ああ、ピカリのバカバカバカ。
あははは。ごめんごめん。つい気になっちゃって。
せっかく二人きりにしてやろうとナレーションもなしにしてあげたのに。
先輩からの愛のこもった指導だと思ってさ、機嫌直してよコロナ。よしよし、頑張ったね。偉いね。
ふんっと、ピカリのバカ。
Corona and the current Mako Astronomy Club members were waiting for us outside. The Six Stars Club members were also here to
お
help.
疲れ様でした部長。
That was fun. Thanks, Yamada.
部長からお褒めの言葉をいただいてしまいました。
Not the president anymore, you know. I smiled wryly as I remembered. Kari and I were waiting the ever-nearing entrance exams as third years. I retired from club activities in the summer, and Yamada took over as head of the Hoshino Daiichi Astronomy Club. The Six Stars Club was also succeeded by the next generation, with Corona as the new president leading activities. It's customary for the head of the Mako Astronomy Club to also lead the Six Stars, but even if Corona had gone to another school, she probably would still have inherited the title. Of the very first members that assembled under Shiratori, Corona was the only one currently active. She took on the role of conveying the ideas fostered from the construction of Pleiades 1 and Project Starlight to the younger generation. Incidentally, today was the day of Mako Academy's Culture Festival. Hikari and I came to look in on our underclassmen's work.
いや、でも本当に良かったよ。よく頑張ったね。あだって。
Fuck.
やったねコロナ。
最初からそう言えばいいんだよ。もう。
This was tough to build, wasn't it? I ran my hand along the large dome set up in the corner of the club room. It was put together with cardboard and sort of resembled a nomadic dwelling. This reminds me of Hoshiori Yumemirai. That is not a negative thing. If anything, it is an exceedingly positive thing. The hemisphere with holes opened up on the inside according to the star's position and lit up from the interior. It was a completely hand-made planetarium. It was simple to explain, but it probably needed a ton of work and patience.
大変だったよ。
何度も失敗してやり直したよね。
でもおかげで星の並びに前より詳しくなれた。知らなかった星のこともたくさん知ることができたし、文化祭といえば天文部にとって絶好の PR タイムだし、ここで頑張らずにいつやるのって感じだよね。
Speaking of which, the Six Stars Club's schools were doing a collaboration of some sort for this year's festival. They distributed shared guides, prepared things like easy astronomy quizzes and collectible stamps, and generally promoted themselves. Seems like they re-solidified their unity after we seniors left through helping each other. Being able to see the winter night sky early was fun. Those stars have the most memories for us after all. It's the middle of fall right now. If you stayed up late, you could see the winter constellations, but we didn't have that leeway while preparing for exams.
君は優しいな。恋人のいる男性は心に余裕があって一段と素敵に見えると言います。
Oh, really?
アキトは
Don't pull my ear! I didn't say anything!
なんとなく、負の乙女心がうずいたんだよね。
That, I guess you could call with that, I guess you could call heartwarming exchange. A shadow crept up next to us. Well, Hikari, actually.
ソチャが入りました。ほうき星先輩。
たまちゃん
Hikari instinctively jumped and stood a bit to the side.
はい、玉木です。ごきげんよう、ほうき星先輩。
Is she basically kind of, Is she the Yamada to Hikari Saya? Basically, is she gonna be like Yamada is to Saya, is what I'm trying to say. The tall, beautiful girl smiled elegantly. Hikari drew back a bit, as if she felt a pressure of some kind from her.
ささ、お茶を。温かいうちにどうぞ。
ありがとう。
空見先輩もいかがですか？
Thanks, Kokone.
どういたしまして。
This high-class lady is Tamaki Kokane. As you could guess from her Seisen uniform, she was Saya's junior. Although the Seisen Astronomy Club was once a cover for manga studies, Kokane was different. She joined after Project Starlight and was a fully fledged member. Also, for some reason, she was...
さあさあ、ほうき星先輩。こちらにお茶受けも用意してあります。うちの母がひいきにしている老舗和菓子屋のどら焼きです。
きと
Completely enamored with Hikari. Being admired by your underclassmen is a good thing. Even Yamada worships Saya like a goddess, but there's no harm in that, probably. To me, having my girlfriend be adored by someone so pretty didn't feel so bad.
邪魔しちゃダメだよ、タマキン。ピカリンたちデート中なんだから。ちょいとコロナさん。次にその呼び方をなさったら、ぶちますよ。
Ah, yes, quite the lady, threatening to hit somebody. The tall beauty raised her hand straight up with a frightening look on her face.
たまちゃん、どうどら焼き食べて落ち着いて。
I also thought that nickname was a bit much for a girl with that stern, Seisen image about her. Actually, for anyone really. It sounded awfully close to the Japanese word for balls.
お姉様の幸福な時間を邪魔するわけには参りませんね。
たまちゃん、ごめんね。
Hikari tried to cheer up the crestfallen
いい
Kokane.
んです。最近先輩方とお会いする機会がなくて、少し寂しかっただけですから。
わかる。それな。
Yamada placed her hand on Kogane's shoulder with a strong
い
nod.
いタイムなら付き合うよ、たまちゃん。
大いに語らいましょう。お姉様大好き同盟として。
Yamada gave a thumbs up. Even though they're fellow astronomy club members, it seems like they found something else to bond over.
ひなみん、たま。そんなことより仕事して。忙しいんだから。今度こそぶちます。
やれやれだね。
Seems being noisy was also a Six Stars Club tradition. Even during all that, the underclassmen were handling other customers.
いらっしゃいませ。星に導かれし迷い人の皆様。プラネタリウムただいま10分待ちです。
Bet it depends on the school, but it was probably rare to have this many people come to see the astronomy club's program. Actually, luckily enough, a considerable astronomical event was coming and turning into a big topic. These small popularity waves got randomly repeated, though. That kind of astronomy was pretty
こ
common.
れもあれの効果かな。
だと思います。けど、それだけじゃないかと。
他に何かあったっけ？みんなまだ覚えてるんだよ。ピカリンたちのプロジェクトスターライトの興奮を。
ピカリン言うな。
That was at range. Korona, who had been running from Kogane, was countered by an explosive chop upon returning, but...
あれ？ 全然痛くない。
私ももう大人だから。そうホイホイ誰かの脳天にチョップ打ち込んでもいられないわけよ。
そんな。
Corona looked a little lonely.
じゃあ、ヒカリン、言い放題じゃん。
ほうき星先輩、この不届き者なら私が懲らしめておきます。
I shall punish the scoundrel. Kogane seized Corona by the neck. Oh my god, she's going to murder her.
コロナは会長だよ。もっと敬おうよ。
頼むね、たまちゃん。
よい。
お母さんいろんな人に声をかけていただけます。プロジェクトスターライトに参加してたと言ってくださる人が大勢います。
Oh, really? You thought about it, that wasn't strange though. The local residents who came to enjoy the handmade planetarium for the culture festival probably turned out their lights and looked up at the meteor shower.
そういう方たちが彗星到来のニュースで空への思いを刺激されてプラネタリウムを体験しに来てくださっているようです。
プロジェクトスターライトをやってくれてありがとうって何回も言われたよ。
なるほどね。なんか嬉しいもんだね。
Hikari looked curiously at the customers waiting in line. He experienced a miracle that night. Countless shooting stars fell from the sky as the lights on the ground below went out one by one, as if falling asleep for just one night. The night sky grew even brighter. To lighten up the night, under those words, all of Japan was brought together, and we made that miraculous night of reality. We'll probably never forget that sight for the rest of our lives. We believe those feelings were surely inherited by someone. Why is that just a... Oh my god, why is that just this weird... I don't know if you can see it, but there's this weird... It won't focus. Hold on, maybe if I go out of the picture. Nope, still not. There's this gash for some fucking reason in the bottle. Someone just slashed it, and it wasn't just glass. Thinking about how that night led to this, it makes me feel happy, yet strange. Hikari nestled close to me in agreement.
それじゃ、忙しそうだし、私らは行こっか。
Yeah, you're right. I can't really stay here and get in that way. I know well what an underclassman thinks about that kind of alumni. Lady Yamada, Corona, Kogane, do your best, everyone.
しっかりやんなさいよ。
はい、部長、コメットガール先輩。
酔いのままに。
Itchy.
文化祭、楽しんでってね。
We're at the Meiko club room while being sent off by the others. Jesus Christ, that was actually quite fast. Is it just me or am I getting faster and faster at drinking beer?
さすが名工の文化祭。レベルが違うね。
Stained glass window? Excuse me?
スムージーだもんね。屋台で売ってる飲み物が。
Hikari expressed her admiration while sucking on her banana orange yogurt smoothies through a straw. There was even an octopus, shrimp, and mussels in the seafood. There was even octopus, shrimp, and mussels in the seafood yakisoba that we ate outside earlier. Makes you realize all over again how amazing this school is. Hikari stuck the straw towards me as I mumbled, so I took a sip. Yep, it was good. Without the Six Stars Club, probably none of that would have taken shape.
不思議だね、人の縁って。まさに星の巡り合わせ。
If it were Shiratori, she would be about to grandly recite about fatalism using literary expressions.
私たちのやったことがまだちゃんとつながってたんだね。
Yeah, it really is. Project Starlight ultimately developed into a grand national plan, so those memories still vividly lingered. We hadn't really felt the unseen pieces that still lived beyond that just past, though. There's still a lot of people who remember the rush of that night, so the comet motivated the latent interest in astronomy.
みんな好きだよね、彗星。
They're probably the biggest event next to solar and lunar eclipses. In terms of years, astronomical events happen regularly. On a global scale, there was always something happening somewhere. The most theatrical of these was probably a full solar eclipse. The sun is hidden by the moon, and the way the morning sky turns dark as night is both mystical and decadent. A lunar eclipse was actually a pretty plain phenomenon if you weren't watching it while it waned. There were also meteor showers, popularized by the Leonids. But last year's shower aside, the actual phenomenon is less impressive than the name implies. So the next event that naturally riles up the average person unconcerned with astronomy was a comet. That is, on the condition that it can be seen with the naked eye. Such a comet was approaching the Earth this winter, so it had been a major topic in the media. What came to mind for people upon hearing about an astronomical show was last year's Project Starlight. They wanted to experience the thrill of that night again. Reading about comets reminds me of,
あれだよね。
for some reason we couldn't get pumped up for this major event. Eventually we just ended up remembering it. That name, the disappointment of the century.
バイソン彗星。
I don't want to have that miserable of an experience ever again. Those feelings would always put my emotions into defense mode. Talking something else if you know what I'm saying. You can't expect me not to go for the low-hanging fruits. Hikari sucked a delicious smoothie expressionlessly, then gave a small sigh. I thought it was from remembering Comet Geisen, but that didn't seem to be the
コロナた
case.
ち頑張ってたね。
Oh, yeah. They were filling in the hole. They were filling in the hole we left after retiring in our own way. In their own way.
あのちびすけがね。
She smiled. Konoha's really grown up. She was always a good kid, but, you know...
会長になってみんなを引っ張ってくれてた。頼もしいわ、ほんと。
She took another sip of her smoothie. Why'd you bring that up? You look a bit sad.
いつまでも手のかかる妹でいてほしかったなーって。
That's true. Even Yamada was the same strange kid as always, but still had underclassmen and behaved like a president. I wonder if Shiratori felt like this after graduating and leaving things to us.
だと思う。あの人の場合、私らの10倍くらいは寂しがってただろうけど。
While laughing delightfully, probably imagining a sobbing Shiratori, Hikari stuck the straw at me. This was the first time I had something as stylish as a smoothie, but the refined sweetness was pleasant.
おいしい？
Yeah, probably the tastiest thing I've ever drank until now.
大げさでしょ。山で飲むコーヒーよりも？
Doesn't even compare. That was something I savored while immersed in scenery, fulfillment, and isolation.
幸せ。
Hikari glued herself tightly to me, attaching herself to my arm. Can't walk.
いいじゃん別に。急ぐわけでもないでしょ。むしろ私は足を止めてあんたとここでギューギューしてたい。
She clung to me so tightly I had difficulty walking. Maybe she was in a spoiling mood. Being in the thick of exam season, it had been a while since the two of us went on a date together like this. Our goal was to come peek at our underclassmen how our underclassmen were doing. So we invited Sai to join us, but she refrained. Thus, we were enjoying our first date in a long time like this.
アキトは甘えられたい気分じゃないの？
While we're in public,
大丈夫。そう思って人のいない方へ来たから。
I was wondering where you were headed. I was led to a building with no vents that wasn't being used. I certainly couldn't see anyone in this long hallway.
だから、ちょっとくらい平気だって。
I avoided her gaze as she peered at me from below. We haven't really gotten close recently, though this is kind of making me nervous. Hikari smiled, devilishly satisfied at my shy honesty.
ほほー、ドキドキとな。こうか、こうされるんがええのんか。
Push, push, push. She purposely pushed her chest onto me. I felt a ridiculous softness and a compressed form distorting underneath the stiff cloth of her uniform. Knock it off, seriously! I've been studying and working every day, so I've been completely abstinent.
アキトかわいい。
She apparently found my desperate battle with worldly desires funny. Actually, that's wordly. Ah, yes, those, wordly desires. I want to say fuck too much. And persistently pushed herself on me.
どう？久しぶりの彼女の感触は。
You, Did you gain weight? Whip. Hikari broke away from me as if repelled. Well, I just kind of felt more of a fluffy feeling than before.
失礼な。あんま運動してなくて受験ストレスでつい甘いおやつを食べちゃってるけど、でも
So she gained weight.
違う。
I didn't even say anything.
顔に出てた。じゃあ太ったんだろって。
That's a childhood friend for you. She was pretty perceptive.
違うからね。ちゃんとウエストはくびれてるし、二の腕だってたるんでないし、またちょっとおっぱいが大きくなっただけだもん。
I see. I wish I could check for myself. If only. With my own hands. I clenched my fist as if reflecting on something painful. The system of exam taking truly is a folly humanity remains unable to overcome. Why must we sacrifice life's most brilliant of seasons to insipid asceticism? I had such a cute girlfriend, yet why? Why could I not ascertain the growth of that plump chest with these hands?
じゃあさ、確かめてみる？
Okay, it's correctly placed. I'm sorry? Kari pointed somewhere with the tip of her straw. The girls' restroom? No. Are you an idiot? She suddenly let out a forced cry and dumped the smoothie onto her chest.
どうしよう、こぼしちゃったよ。すぐ拭かないと。
You're a fucking idiot. You didn't need to spill it on yourself. Hey, you just wasted all that! As I said that in the spur of the moment, Hikari looked at me. Her eyes were cold. Well, it just seems like one, you know. Actually, we need to wipe that off before it stains.
ねえ、トイレで着替えるから、ついてきてよ。
She looked at me with practiced upturned eyes. Felt a bit shady among other things, so I looked away. You're not a kid, so you can at least change by yourself.
いいから来い。
I think this is assault. Okay. Actually, turn off fine days overall. That's what I call a chest!
どうよ。
You know what? I can show this. That's what I call a chest. Oh, nice! I'm actually censoring something. Anyways, I'm still gonna do this. Oh! Kai's cleavage was thrust in front of me as I sat on a toilet seat inside a private stall of the girls' restroom. With her blouse unbuttoned, her bare white skin was close enough to breathe on.
なんか言ってよ。
They're as amazing as always. Maybe because she was bent over, but her boobs were bulging out of the bra despite its attempt to restrain them, as if they were about to spill out. I think there's a sex scene and I can skip it. See you after it. Alright, sex scene is over. Hikari spoke up while we enjoyed the scenery on the bus home. We even had some fun run related to it.
いいでしょ？それはそれで文化的営みってことで。
They did it on the girls' toilet, by the way. Also, you could actually see Octo's face during it, which is kind of weird. I'm not used to that. What about that was cultural? Well, anyways, it was definitely fun. It was nice to forget the exam and spread our wings. We even got to see our underclassmen doing alright for themselves.
なんかさ、うずいちゃうよね。あんなの見せられたら。
Yeah, we didn't really do anything for our cultural festival after all. Work with the Six Stars Club was busy, so school activities went neglected. Yamada was there last year, so we had a planned exhibit set up, but only acquaintances really showed up. Really. As for Hikari, when Kano retired, she was alone for a while, and you could probably assume the rest.
最近、ろくに星も見てないし。
Hikari looked up longingly at the red-tinged sky through the window.
水星か。
Huh?
ちょっと楽しみだなって思って。
Yeah, true. We didn't really have any stargazing plans set up, but surely even exam students had enough leeway to spend an evening looking at a comet. Until then, our astronomical activities are on hold.
はーい。
We looked up at the sky with a bored look. It was still too early for the stars to appear. Need to stop that.
いらっしゃいませ。
Enemy!
241円になります。301円お預かりいたします。60円のお返しです。ありがとうございました。またお越しください。
Whoops, fuck.
ミッションクリア。
Gotten used to things quite a bit, huh?
はい。これも部長のご指導の賜物です。もはや部長は部長ではなく、師匠です。おし、師匠。
While wearing my old apron, Yamada gave a karate-like greeting with her fists at her waist. You're right that I'm not the president, but I'm also not an instructor.
またまたご謙遜を。しかし、店長を差し置いて師匠は良くないかも。では、師範代と呼ばせていただきましょう。
Lou? What are you doing here? Whatever you want to do, I guess. Yamada has been working part-time here at South Doma since last month. With exams coming up, the time I could work decreased, so they hired her. I said I could do both, but the manager told me, if you fail your exams because of that, there's no way I could face your parents in heaven! To which I could not respond. Does she even know his parents? Like, does she? Like, she'd be in heaven, like... I want to say hi, but actually, who the fuck? Well, at any rate, if I got into college, I wouldn't be able to stay or work here anymore, so having a successor was reassuring.
いらっしゃいませ。ただいま豚まんできたてですよ。近所でも評判の早乙女の豚まんいかがですか？
I thought Yamada was shy around strangers, but she was actually well suited to the job, even killing time buried in her wild fantasies during the boring hours without customers. I guess the next issue would be the old man Jamp. That old man was weak to young girls, though I hesitate to call Miharu young. Jesus Christ, you killed her, dude! Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that? Miharu is still cute. Miharu still got it. She's still looking fine as fuck. Hell, she is still looking fine even after you marry her and have a kid with her. Which in itself is fucking impressive. So why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be so rude? Yes, I did just say that. I did just say that. Anyways, you know what that noise means. But anyways, that old man was weak to young girls, though I hesitate to call Miyaru young. So without me or the manager, he wouldn't be able to buy his beloved porn mags. That's not what I wanted. At least I only minimized it, not minimized it, made it smaller instead of straight up closing OBS there. That could have gone absolutely horrible. Why did I close it? I didn't close it, I minimized it. I'm a fucking idiot. I didn't want to open media human. I took a seat at the counter and opened my notebook while deliberating on this. A good look after the inexperienced Yamada while studying here. She's over at Saya's place right now. She should be having Saya help her study. She wanted to be a teacher, so she was good at explaining things. Plus, she could shut down Hikari if she started acting fussy. The school Saya wanted to apply to was already secured, so in place of a second choice, she was considering applying to an even higher level one. The gap between me and the people who steadily built things up is large. I had never planned to apply to college, so I went about things with a policy of keeping my grades just above embarrassingly low. Now I'm desperately trying to recover. So I say, but here I am looking through this. I flipped to the flimsy patched-up notebook. Planetary observation journal we worked on as kids. After college entrance exams was graduation. Maybe because I suddenly became aware of that fact. But I ended up pulling this thing out. Can't go on feeling sentimental like this. The word graduation brought up bitter memories. Might have been remembering that bitterness because things had been so fun lately. Days since meeting the Six Stars Club and returning to the starry sky have been almost nothing but cheerful. But whether I like it or not, their end has been thrust upon me. That's no good. If I fail my exams, I won't get by with just sentiment. I closed the journal and returned to studying. Saya teaching Hikari how to cook.
お米のとぎ汁？何それ、汚くないの？そうするとアクが取れるんだよ。アクくらいいいんじゃない？そんなに変わらないでしょ。
Hikari, just do what the instructor's telling you to do!
そう？だったら下茹でしなくてもいいんじゃないかな。だよね。めんどくさいし。ちょっと苦かったり美味しくなかったりするおでんを秋田くんに食べてもらえばいいよ。うちのおでんは下処理もちゃんとしてるからとっても美味しいんだけどね。秋田くんに比べられちゃうかもね。
I fell on my hands and knees in despair.
さやママのおでんと比べられるのか。
I wanted to run away just imagining it.
でもね、ひかり、料理は愛情だよ。きちんと気持ちを込めれば、きっとあっくん、喜んで食べてくれるよ。私が甘かったです、先生。下茹でしましょう、大根。分かってくれればいいのよ、ほうき星さん。
The look on her face there, it's just a look of pure superiority.
さあ、一煮立ちするまで勉強の続きやろっか。おっす。
Aside from studying, Sao was helping me learn to cook. My mom's cooking was rough and hardy. It didn't feel very womanly. When I had dinner at home, I often keenly felt that they were the people I was born from. Also, when I thought of Odin, Saya Mama's flavor was what you would expect. We returned to studying, sitting across from each other at the table. There's no fucking space on the table. Saya asked while sketching some notes. I replied while drawing a red underline on my reference book.
楽しかったよ。手作りプラネタリウムやってた。
ちゃんもいたんだけどさ、相変わらずだったよ。
古賀姉さん、光の大ファンだからね。
もう勘弁してよ。ああいうのはさやの役目でしょ。
すごく真面目な子だから自由奔放な光に憧れちゃうんだよ。ちょっと気持ちわかるな。
さやも私のファンなの？
光は時々天才だからそういう時はね。
そうじゃない時は？
She went quiet and pretended to focus on studying. She never did hold back around me. I sometimes worried about the fact that I took a little joy in that.
さやは結局行かなかったの？
一人だと寂しいかなって。
やっぱり一緒に行けばよかったじゃん。
やだです。だってお邪魔虫だもん。
I looked up.
私がさやをお邪魔虫扱いするわけないでしょ。さやたんをこんなにも愛してるのに。
Taking advantage of the moment, I took her hand. Her small, thin fingers were so lovely. Ah, Saya was so adorable.
いや、だからそれがダメなんだよ。
She quickly pulled her hand back, making a face that said, "Let's just get back to studying."
光、私のこと構おうとするでしょ。あっくんに悪いもん。せっかく光を独占できる日に。
そういうのもあるのか。
See, so while I'm all over Saya, I end up making Akito feel
光
lonely.
はさ、私のこと周りに遠慮して自分を後回しにしてるって言うよね。
Saya was always there to follow up. I'm the one always being helped, but it was a little irritating at times.
でもそれって光もだと思うよ。
え、私？
Inadvertently made a confused
い
face.
や、基本的に自分勝手だし、いっつも周りを振り回しちゃうの私じゃん。
自覚はあったんだね。でもさ、光の自分勝手はだいたいいつも誰かのためじゃない。
自分勝手が誰かのため？
It was like a riddle.
悲しい思いをしている誰かを救ってあげたい。みんなを幸せにしたい。
Why do I randomly have the desire to sharpen my fingernails so I can stab somebody with them? I mean, actually thinking about it, my fingernails are getting kind of long. I need to cut them again. I always forget to do that. It's a bad thing. I should do it. I'm a moron.
そういう気持ちが暴走して周りを振り回すのが光だもん。
That might have been true. That was kind of a direct way of putting it, though.
きっとそれは周りの人たちの幸せが光の幸せだからなんだと思う。私、光が光自身のために何かに必死になってるところってあんまり見たことないかも。
Saya put her mechanical pencil to her mouth and looked up. That cuteness wasn't fair. It might be exactly as she said. I've always thought that I wanted others around me to be happy. That was my own happiness. So that was it. My selfishness was for someone else.
光自身の望みってないの？
私の望み、無事大学に受かりたい。
そうだね。一緒に勉強しよ
う。超美味しいおでんを作りたい。
頑張ろう。私も手伝うよ。
昔みたいに。
昔みたいに？
なんでもない。
Saya pouted as I unnaturally dodged the topic.
そんなキスしてほしそうな顔するのやめて。
そんな顔してない。もう、バカ。
Saya went red then looked down. Returned to studying. As we studied as if nothing had ever even happened. Felt a bit of regret for letting my mouth slip while we sat in uncomfortable silence.
ブランクがあるんだよね。私とアキト。ほら、私って引っ越してからずっとアキトと会ってなかったわけでしょ？
After that, I spent a year overseas.
再会してからの時間より、会っていない間の方がまだずっと長いんだよね。
その間のこと、当然知らないし、変わっちゃった部分とかもあるわけで。
A relationship transformed from friends to lovers.
そう
Furerada.
言ったら、さやともなん
That wasn't
だ
funny.
けど。そうね。二人と今もこうして仲良くしてるけど、時々そのブランクを感じる時があるんですよ。気にするようなことなの？わかんない。私が勝手に思い込んでるだけかも。
Hold up, I need to look something up real quick. Hold on. I was trying to remember what site it was that's so stingy with the copyright, because there's one game I'm actually kind of interested in covering. Hold on, what was the fucking name? I only know that it's apparently not on Steam. It's like some one yen something something a la mode, I think. 1 yen a la mode. The name may sound stupid, but the literal first character on the VN database list for main characters is a teacher character, so of course I'm interested. Yep, 1 yen a la mode. どっちにするの 1 yen H なカフェ地上 apparently. And the thing is, it is apparently only on Manga Gamers, and I was hoping... the English name is apparently 1 yen a la mode. Which girl will you choose? An erotic cat and dog cafe experience. Oh boy. But yeah, apparently that's translated by Manga Gamers, so it's gonna be tough to cover it. Since we all know what Manga Gamer is like when it comes to that. This feeling would probably fade in
受験
time.
でナーバスになってるだけだよ。思い出して。光はあっくんと一緒に明るい夜を取り戻したんだから。さや。
I was moved by the feeling of Saya's warm friendship to her hand gripping mine. The ones I should hold on to really were my close friends.
お鍋が吹きこぼれてる。大変。
Suspending our studies, we returned off the flame, then moved to the next step in our own making.
部長、どうぞ。
Oh, thanks. I reached for the coffee Yamada brought me. I was focused on studying, and before I knew it, it was already evening.
だんだんと日が短くなってきますね。
Yeah?
昔はそのことに寂しさを覚えたものですが、今は早く星が見られると思ってワクワクするようになりました。
You're quite the astronomer, I see.
おかげさまで。
Yamada lightly bowed her head. Thanks to you as well, I was able to become a proper astronomy club member.
部長は以前から天文部員だったのでは？
Yeah, but they called me the astronomer who never looks at the stars.
何ですかその二つな。ちょっと詳しくお聞かせいただいて
She is
よろしいでしょうか？
extremely excited. Don't call it an alias. It reminds me of my dark past. Why don't you take a break? I guess you've kind of been on a break for a while. It's already been an hour since the customer came. You can have some coffee whenever, you know. She probably did, but was holding back, so I let her know anyway.
では、お言葉に甘えて。
Yamada got some coffee for herself, then came back.
アルバイトの休憩時間に店員の特権を使ってタダで飲むコーヒー。大人の味です。
みんな。
Don't force yourself. Put in some milk and sugar. She went to get some with her tongue sticking out in distaste. Like I already told her, Yamada's the reason I was able to become a proper part of the astronomy club. Being an upperclassman wasn't so bad.
このフランケンシュタインのようなノートは何ですか？
She saw the patchy planetary observation journal I had left out on the counter. Oh, is this your first time seeing it?
惑星観測ノート。これはまさか伝説の先輩たちの偉大なる正解への旅の記録。
So informed. Seem to know quite a bit. Yamada, please don't recklessly start spreading legends.
見てもいいですか？
Go for it. She went to open the journal with her. For some reason, shaking hands.
なんという緻密な観測記録。これを部長たちはうんと子供の頃に。
Hmm?
コタちゃん。さあやあんまりじゃれつかれると毛まみれにされちゃうよ。
It was Hikari and Saya. Saya was playing around with Kotaro like always. Her eyes met through the glass.
やっほー。
She waved her hand at me and I returned the same.
あーきと。
Leaving Saya to play with Kotaro, Hikari entered the store.
抱きつき。
The study session already over!
聞いてよ。さやってばひどいんだよ。私が場を和ませようと冗談言っても無言でする。ありゃせ。
いらっしゃいま
Oops,
せ、
fuck.
コメントガール先輩。
ひなみちゃん。今日もエプロン似合ってるね。
ティリティリ。私などまだまだなのです。部長が守ってきたこのエプロンの重みを背負うには、もっともっと店員修行を積まねばなりません。まずは、緊張せずにさりげなく、自分用のコーヒーを入れられるようになることから。
Something smells good. It's almost dinner time and a fragrant smell tickled my nostrils.
あ、気づいちゃった？
Hikari took out a Tupperware container from her tote bag. Could this be?
おってーん。
That's the name of the soundtrack of this game. I'm not kidding. One soundtrack in this game is actually just called Odin. Let me just pull it up. I just count for the stars. There's Odin. So yeah, now you know. Da-dan! Oh! I opened the lid, still surprised, but tilted my head at the contents that were different from what I imagined. Odin?
おでん。
おでんもお雑煮のように地域性の出る料理だと聞いたことがあります。
Yamada gave a reasonable explanation while looking inside the Tupperware.
しかしこれは私も初めて見ました。汁なしおでんとはどこの地方のものでしょう。
No, there's no way this failure of a rough-boiled dish would be Odin.
失礼極まりない言い草。
How else was I supposed to describe it? The Odin had no soup and was burnt a little black. This was the true form of aroma that tickled my nostrils. How should I respond to this situation as a boyfriend? Even something like this was made by my cute girlfriend's hands. Saying something like, looks delicious, would come off as dishonest though. Something that doesn't fly with a childhood friend. Something like that doesn't fly with a childhood friend. If I screw up, I might end up offending her. While tackling this difficult problem, to which no answer would appear. Saya's desperation reverberated along with Kotaro's spirited barking.
あらら、何やってるんだか。
ひどい目にあったよ。天
Hikari took the lint roll Yamada grabbed in a hurry and then started cleaning off Kotaro's fur from Saya's
せっ
clothes.
かくの可愛い服をこんなにしちゃって。だって、コタちゃんがじゃれついてくるから。
It was still shedding season, so getting jumped on like that would lead to trouble. Hey, Saya, about this. Saya looked away. This, what once was Oden, was probably made while Hikari was learning from Saya. But it wasn't like Saya cooked regularly. What she always brought me was what her mom made.
大丈夫、美味しいはずだから。さやが言ってたもん。料理は愛情だって。なので、美味しくなかったら、クレームはさやにどうぞ。ひどい！光でしょ、煮汁がなくなるまで放置してたの。
Well, she went through the trouble to make it, so I'll enjoy it later. Even failing at cooking was innocent cute, I thought.
先に言っておきますけどね、さやんちのおでんと比べるんじゃないわよ。絶対だからね。
She pointed her finger at me sternly. While she pushed the point that hard... When she pushed the point that hard, there was no way I wouldn't compare the two. Don't worry, your Odin isn't broth boiled, so I wouldn't compare them if I tried. I
彼女の
couldn't.
手料理に皮肉を言うな。
Next to our bustling Yamada was engrossed in the journal. She looked at the Odin. She was looking straight at it. That CG.
それ、私たちの惑星観測ノートじゃん。はい。部長が勉強もそこそこに、今日一日ずっと懐かしそうに見ていました。
Hey, don't rat me out!
本当だ。勉強してたんじゃなかったんだ。
No, I studied seriously. I just flipped through it during breaks. That was the plan, but it seemed to look different to Yamada.
なんでまた今頃？
There's no deeper meaning behind it. I just happened to see it while leaving my room. There's no way I could let them know I suddenly got sentimental about graduation while studying for exams. If that happened, Saya would give me a warm, loving gaze while Hikari might joke about it until the end of time.
これは秋とも、さや先生に勉強を見てもらった方がいいんじゃない？私ならいつでも OK だよ。
I can't leave the store during the day, though.
私なら一人でも平気です。
She stuck her chest
困っ
out.
た時は常時家にいらっしゃるニート大先輩に助けを求められますし。
Please don't call her that. Like a protective deity who lost its power, Miyaru was still at home. Always. 24/7.
どうかな、ひなみちゃん。私たちのノート。素晴らしいです。我々むつら星の会にとっての聖典とも呼ぶべきものです。真面目な観測記録の中に時々ギャグが散りばめられているのがまたいい。ギャグ？そんなのあったっけ？光が書いたところじゃないかな。餃子とかの。
Hey, she was serious about that, more or less.
餃子の何が悪い？では、これもその一環でしょうか。
Where?
ここだけ記録が途中までです。
Upon peeking at the page, the three of us reacted in our own respective ways.
海藻水星。頭が。
It was our observation record of Comet Geisen. It was about 2 months after forming the Mikazuki Astronomy Club. A reminder of that first big astronomical event we were ready to run away from. The record was only partially complete, though, as Yamada had said, with half of it still empty.
なんか最近外村水星の話題がよく出るわね。呪い、嫌がらせ。
Ah yes, let's sue a comet for harassment. Hikari looked like she wanted nothing to do with that page.
嫌な事件だったよね。
Saya lowered her eyes, not wanting to talk about it anymore. Then I mustered up the courage to open my mouth. So I was thinking. I put the notebook into my hands and held the blank record as I gave my proposal. Do you guys want to complete the journal?
どうやって？
It opened up what was bothering me while I studied all day. Was something of a plan I came up with. It's coming soon, isn't it? A comet, that is. Comet Alcat. If things went according to predictions, its tail should appear on the night of the new year. Let's fill in the sections we didn't do for Comet Geist with Comet Alcat. We can complete our planetary observational journal like that. Kari and Sai looked at each other. The silence went on a bit long. Maybe they really didn't think it was too late now. Or maybe they didn't even want to touch those memories at all. As I was starting to get anxious, the same expression gradually emerged on both of their faces. I grinned at their simultaneous responses if I had expected that all along. It was the Mikazuki Astronomy Club's final adventure. We would finish our final remaining homework, a planetary observation journal. Kari and Sai were on board with this exciting idea. No hesitation like before.
皆さん余裕だ。受験対策は万全ってことですね。二人とも勉強もちゃんとしようね。はい。
Yes, ma'am. It was fine to dream, but we couldn't forget the harshness of reality.
Sui星ってほうき星とも言うんだって。私じゃん。
Pointing at a page of the picture book, Hikari's eyes sparkled like a first magnitude star.
ほら、ここに書いてある。ほうきみたいな尾があるからほうき星って呼ばれてたって。
It also says they're a sign of bad luck. Sounds spot on.
そんなことないよ。光は私の幸運の星だよ。ありがとう、さや。
One day after class, we were intensely discussing a book we borrowed from the library at the usual bridge. Kotaro was fawning over us, looking for attention. He clung around us, tail wagging, but we didn't have time for that right now.
水星って結構いっぱい来てるんだね。本当だね。
Comet Geist was included in a special article of an astronomy. Oh, sorry, I mean astronomy magazine. Even after reading it, we didn't really understand much other than that it looked cool. It looks like only one every few years can be seen with the naked eye. According to the picture books, comets fly around unknown parts of space, but the ones that flew close enough to Earth can be seen with the naked eye. Those that flew close enough to Earth to be seen with the naked eye were extremely rare. Comet Geist, and one such comet, would get especially close to Earth and the Sun. The astronomy guide did say its greatest luminosity would be minus 13.
マイナス 13?
You have no idea what the fuck that means. Stop acting surprised.
すごいの?
Hikari and I both shook our heads at a loss. It was about 2 months after forming the Mikazuki Astronomy Club. We began our planetary observational journey. But honestly, we still didn't know a lot about astronomy at all.
待って、満月の明るさがそれくらいじゃなかったっけ?
So I flipped through a different book.
マイナス 12.7 等級って書いてある。ほとんど同じだね。
At least it's not the inside of my ear, but the outside. Which is a lot better.
天体ガイドにさ、外存彗星が最大高度の時、昼間の空にも見えるようになるって書いてあったじゃん。それって青空にお月様が見えるのと同じってことなんじゃないの？きっとそうだよ。
Sai nodded her head in excitement. The white moon would sometimes float in the blue sky. It was always strange, but it was because the moon shone just enough to not lose to the daylight. Since it would be the same brightness, you would be able to see Comet Geist with the naked eye during the day as well.
すごいね。すごいかっこいい。
Our eyes lit up like fires as we imagined the comet weaving through the white clouds among the blue sky. Goto suddenly started barking and wagging his tail. We looked up.
どうしたのコタちゃん。
We saw a woman riding a bike across the street. It was
あ
Saotome.
なたたち
She stopped.
先生こんばんは。こんばんは。
Good afternoon. Mihoto riding a bike, huh? Sounds weird. Sensei looked happy at our energetic greeting.
はいこんばんは小太郎の散歩をしてくれてるの
うん、そうだよ。あとね、
We're looking up stuff about comets.
ああ、私が言いたかったのに。
観測会の準備ね
It was decided unanimously to hold a Comet Geist and observation party in class. We were planning things for that.
ねえ先生、水星ってかっこいいね。ビューって感じで速そうでさ。ほうき星だから光みたいだねって話してたんだよね。
事件を呼ぶところもそっくりね
Sensei?
あらごめんなさいちょっと暗黒物質が漏れてしまったわ
Sensei evaded the issue and stuck her tongue out.
ねえ先生、どうして水星の尾は1本じゃなく2本なの？
The comet in the picture book had two tails stretching from it. One was straight, but the other was curved, as if flowing in the wind.
少し難しい質問ね
Sensei looked troubled, thinking of a way to best explain the concept to
で
children.
もとてもいい着眼点だわどうして一つの水星から二つの尾が伸びるのかその理由を調べることが天文活動なのよ
おお、そっか。自分たちで調べないと意味ないよね。
Would we understand if we looked at it through a
う
telescope?
ーんそうねわかることもあるはずよ本で知ったことが実際にそこに起こっているそれを実感するそれが
Fuck.
何よりも大切なことなの
Is that the last part was she really understand it? What she was saying was difficult and we didn't really get it. Sa tilted her head like me. Hikari nodded as if she understood everything
考
though.
えるな、感じろってことだね。カンフーの極意と同じだよ。
ほうき星さんはもう少し考えて行動した方がいいかもしれないわね
Sensei spoke calmly as if some dark matter poked out again. Hikari took some kung fu poses while staring at the photo of the comet's two tails, not caring in the slightest.
綺麗だな。本当だね。私、髪伸ばそうかな。
She messed with the two twin pigtails as she spoke.
そしたらほら、水星みたいになると思わない？
Huh. She did it intentionally.
きっと似合うよ。
Huh. Intriguing. She did it intentionally. Imagined a womanly Hikari with long hair. It wasn't possible with how rambunctious she always was.
刻一刻と姿を変えていく彗星はとてもドラマチックで観測しがいのある天体よガスをまとって輝きたなびく尾を引いて夜空をかける核が分裂して突如大彗星に変身したりもするわ
It's very dramatic and change every moment just makes me think like just the comet flies instead of staying relatively normal the tail just fucking spins around the thing as the initial D music plays. Running in the 90s and all that, you know.
分裂？
A great comet. Sensei nodded, smiling while looking at us glance at each other.
そんな場面に出会えたら、きっと一生の思い出になるわね。
一生の思い出。
That comet that's coming in the present is gonna split, isn't it?
変化が激しい分、アマチュアの観測したデータが水星研究を大きく進歩させる可能性だって十分あるし。
Even ours?
ええ、もちろんよ。三日月村からの観測記録をつけられるのは、ここにいるあなたたちだけなんですもの。だから、頑張りなさい。
We looked at each other, then cheerfully replied, Yay!
ねえ先生、もっといろいろ教えてよ。
You observed them is confusing. I don't really get it.
水星は流星のお母さんだから、お願い事をしたら流星の100倍聞いてくれるって。
引っ張らないで。先生、そろそろ家に帰って、こたつに入りながらみかん食べて、テレビ見て。
見てよ、ほら先生。これ、ニート水星だって。
Kari tenaciously showed her the picture book, begging for attention as if she were Kotaro, while Sensei slowly stopped being able to hide her exasperation. It was a comet that had been observed some years ago, Comet Neat.
水星にもいるんだね、こういう子が。ばあちゃんが言ってた、ニートにだけはなるなって。
あなたたち、笑い事じゃないのよ。
She gotta warn them not to become neats. Sensei's face suddenly went
日
serious.
本が抱えている深刻な社会問題なのよ。将来そうならないよう、しっかり勉強なさい。
You want it? You can use it if you want to. Just, it's useful then. Go ahead. End yourself. Ugh.
なるわけないじゃん。ねえ。
No way!
それじゃあ、先生帰りますから。あなたたちもあまり遅くならないように。
Yes, ma'am.
行きましょう、小太郎ちゃん。
Sensei took Kotaro's leash, then headed home on her bike.
私、ニート水星よりホームズ水星の方がいいな。水星のように現れて、事件を解決して去っていく。
They're probably the one causing the incident to begin with.
本当だね。ああ、二人ともひどい。
Not quite. Almost a fuck. I'm hungry, so we should head home.
そうだね。じゃあ晩ご飯の後、8時にここで待ち合わせね。うん、わかった。
Gotcha.
またねー。バイバイ。
See ya! We all dispersed in the directions of our homes, in order to meet again tonight under the starry sky. Kari came down from the station, waving her hand as she ran over. She carried some large luggage over her shoulder.
お母さんを説得するのに手間取っちゃって。
Is everything alright?
平気平気。お姉ちゃんとこ行くよりマシだって、ちゃんと理解してもらえたから。おーす、小太郎。今夜は冷えるね。あ、荷物置いてくるね。チース、いらっしゃいませ。
夜あったらこんばんはでしょうが。
Knob off.
こんばんは、先生。こんばんは。
はいよ、こんばんは。
After reluctantly exchanging greetings from the couch she was sitting at, Sensei returned to the manga she was reading. Sensei, you can't read the store's manga while
い
sitting.
いでしょ。傷まないように細心の注意を払って読んでるんだから。
That wasn't the issue. Yamada, be cautious of troublesome customers like this. If they won't listen or are hard to talk to, you should call the manager, okay?
迷惑なお客には手段を選ばず対応する。時には武力行使も辞さず。
Do not hesitate to use force. Yamada replied while making memos in her pocket notebook. In this case, force would mean calling the manager. Sensei unwillingly closed the manga.
ひなみちゃん、これ奥に置いといて。
はい。
Receiving Hikari's luggage, she puzzlingly did what she was told to.
早乙女先生、今日からしばらくお世話になります。
言っとくけど、私は認めたわけじゃないんだからね。ったく、母さんは何を考えてるのよ。若いのを一つ屋根の下に住まわせようなんて。
So you said before, but did you forget what you were told in response? Try being a parent who lives under the same roof as a daughter who doesn't work despite her age. Sensei ended up backing down in silence.
それじゃあ行こっか。
こんな時間からどちらへ？
決まってるでしょ。星を見に行くの。
Might be beating a dead horse, but is everything really alright?
平気だってば、心配性だな。
Hikari answered ambivalently as we crossed the dam. That ambivalence scared me. Sacred? What? Grumbling on the inside, I heaved a sigh. Tomorrow was winter vacation. But Hikari would be staying in my room from tomorrow on. Her mom was going to see her dad for a while, still overseas for work, so there would be no one at home. For that reason, they planned for Hikari to stay with her sister, who was living alone, but she complained it would be too small. Even Hikari refused, saying they'd just end up fighting. In place of that, she advocated for staying with me. That way our exam studies could progress smoothly, but there was another reason as well. Let's complete our planetary observation journal. Observing the comet we talked about before. About a month had passed since that discussion, and Comet Alcott was approaching its perihelion. Is that how you say that? I have no idea. It was impossible for us to watch it while also keeping up with studies with everyone living apart, so Hikari ended up coming over. I don't want your parents to be against us dating.
ないない。だってうちの両親とも秋田のことは信用してるもん。
In other words, the one they didn't trust was their daughter.
だいたいさ、受験前の娘をほっぽり出して海外行っちゃうような親だよ。自由すぎでしょ。
They might have been giving her leeway as the youngest, but in another sense, they probably didn't trust her.
なんか合宿気分だね。
Hikari took my arm along with Sais on the opposite side and pulled us close. We stuck together with Hikari in the middle.
そうだね。ワクワクするんじゃ。
That was what the usual Hikari was saying, but this was the exchange that happened at the time. Staying at my place? Are we really gonna be able to focus on studying like that?
お姉ちゃんちより絶対マシだって。さやに勉強見てもらえるし。
Sure, but...
あ、エッチなこと禁止ね。
Could you be more blunt?
ルールは絶対。破ったら鼻からナポリタン食べる。いいわね。
Can't seem to be satisfied with this conversation. It was like she was implying I would be the one to break the rules. Well, whatever. I just have to keep them.
ドキドキしてきた。水星ちゃんどんな風になってるだろう。
The comet's probably gotten bigger. You might be able to see the tail soon too. We'd already gone to see it numerous times since we decided to complete the journal. The closer a comet got to the sun, the more it changed. Its shape should begin to change daily around now.
久しぶりだもんね。ちゃんと天体観測するの。
It's just been the occasional stargazing meet since we retired from the club. But it really had been quite a while since we seriously did something like this.
やっぱ思い出しちゃうね。外村水星の時は。
Wasn't that our first time doing something you could properly call observation?
そうだっけ？うん、そうだよ。だってそれまでは、なんとなく惑星の記録をつけてただけだったもん。
We began our planetary observation with the goal of preventing Hikari's move. We were lacking in knowledge back then, so all we did was imitate what we saw in books. We picked up celestial bodies that were familiar, but we couldn't understand the purpose of keeping records of them. The first body we challenged to full-blown observation was Comet Geisen. Back to the past. Is that? It's a bit hazy.
どう、アキト、見えた？ ねえ、変わって。
Hey! Pushing me aside, Hikari peeked through the telescope.
どう、光？外村水星見える？わからん。あれかな？
Illuminate the star map. We copied with a pen light. We're looking around here. Oh, I think it might be a small point in the middle.
でも尻尾ないよ。尾が見えるようになるのは近日点を通過してからじゃないかな。じゃあやっぱあれなのか。
It's not in the star map, so that's gotta be it. Let's record it for now.
よし。どうするんだっけ？
Let me see. I switched blades with Hikari again and peeked at the telescope at what looked to be Comet Geisen, sketching its appearance and surrounding bodies into the record.
あれが外村水星だったら、明日にはちょっと移動してるはずだね。
By recording the stars around it, we'd be able to tell if it shifted position or not at a glance. For that, then that meant it was a comet. Even now it should be moving between the stars, but it was too slow to see naturally. So it'll keep getting close until it starts shining like a fire.
私、水星って大気圏に突入してくるんだと思ってた。
When you look at pictures of comets with tails, they look like meteorites burning up in the atmosphere from friction. That wasn't the case, though. Comets flew much farther out in space. As they gradually approached the sun, the ice on their surface melted, turning to gas. That gas was called the coma and shone dimly. Okay, so it was actually coma earlier, not comet. As the comet moved, the gas it released became the tail, but we didn't understand the reason it had two of after reading about it. Like Sensei said during the day, there had to be a reason why it had a tail in space without any air.
早く見たいね。尾を引いてる水星。きっと綺麗だよ。
It's probably the coolest thing ever. Comet Geisen approached Earth with each passing day. When it finally reached its closest point to the sun, it would give off light as if it were on fire. That point was called the perihelion. Somewhere around then, it would be too close to the sun to rise in the night sky. So you wouldn't be able to observe it. The next time we would, though, it would have an extraordinary bright tail. You imagine what that tiny dot looked like floating up there in space. Hikari tightly closed the collar of her coat as we arrived at the windswept abandoned station.
この寒さも久しぶりだね。さあやひっつこー。秋ともおいで、恥ずかしがらずに。もう私らくっついていい関係なんだから。
Hikari shouted while hugging Saya. We already did stuff like that even before going out, you know. While I pointed out, I get squeezed as well. It was a bit warm like this.
あの頃はよく毎晩我慢できたよね。しかも今より全然薄着だったし。いつも寒い寒いって言ってたよ。
Well, we were all riled up about Comet Geisen. Our second stargazing party with the whole class. We were burning with excitement to make that one a success. We believed more people would definitely start liking the stars if we did.
ダメだ、凍え死ぬ。また露天風呂行く？それは嫌だからね。
So I firmly rejected her.
なんで？いいじゃん。一晩中いるわけじゃないんだし。彗星見たらすぐ帰るんでしょ？
Such was the life of exam students. Do what you need to do, and get home.
初めて露天風呂入ったのも外村彗星の時じゃなかったっけ？
You were the one who found them, weren't you? She had gone out exploring on her own and then came back in a fuss about finding something amazing.
どうしたの、さや？なんでもない。
Saya looked away, her face red. Probably had some kind of past she didn't want to touch. Well, I could imagine what that was.
そういやさ、外村彗星が結局がっかり彗星になっちゃった時、さや超大泣きしてたよね。
Saya lost her head more than I thought she would. Ah, now she mentioned
あれ、
it.
何だったの？何のことかな？覚えてないや。
She averted her gaze and conspicuously avoided the question.
それより準備しよう。早く帰らないとだし。ね。
It's true, it'd be bad if one of us caught a cold or something.
ゆっくりでいいよ。帰ったら勉強しなきゃだし。
Ignoring Hikari's fussing, Sai and I promptly started preparing for tonight's observation. That said, though, there was no way we wouldn't be excited about looking at the stars.
いい湯だった。ふぃ。どうした？
Noticing me vacantly looking up at her, Hikari took an inquisitive pose. I just thought this felt kind of refreshing. Kind of fresh. Her slightly flushed cheeks, her peach-colored skin. I wasn't used to the way Hikari looked right after a bath.
そっか。部屋着なんて初めて見せるもんね。ごめんね、色気なくて。
She plopped down on the floor while smiling. No. They were actually strangely attractive. I didn't know where to rest my eyes at. All you could see... You could see the contours of her body, and although she was probably wearing shorts underneath, her shirt was like a super short one piece, so you got a peek at her alluring thighs. Driving away those evil desires, I returned to my textbook. As I did so, Hikari got close and peeked from the side. What do you want?
わかんないところがあったら、一緒に考えてあげようと思って。って言いつつ、ちょっとくっつきたかっただけ。ピト。
Hikari nuzzled her cheek against me. Got that out, it's squishy and feels good.
気持ちいいならいいじゃんか。うりうりうり。
Maybe she had soaked in the bathwater, but maybe because she had soaked in the bathwater, but her skin's spreeness has increased at least threefold. It had a clingy texture to it. It was still pleasantly warm. Those boobs being pushed against my back. She probably wasn't wearing underwear right out of the bath, so the softness transmitted even across her clothes. Damn it, I want to hug her right this second. Enough of that and get off me.
つまんないの。
She separated from me dejectedly and nestled into Kotatsu. She was the one who made that rule against fooling around. Was she planning to break it on day one?
なんかいいね、こういうの。
Huh? Hikari leaned on top of the Kotatsu, only her face pointing towards me.
星を見るのに一緒に一晩過ごしたことはあったけど、こういうの初めてじゃん？
I guess so, now that you mention it. If it was recent, she had to mean that time she stayed over doing preparations for Project
ア
Starlight.
キトの日常に私がいるのが なんか新鮮。
You're exaggerating. Aren't we always together?
違うんだよ。そうじゃないんだな。
She smiled like a happy idiot.
幸せだ。
Weirdo. I broke into a grin despite my insult. Hikari was a part of my everyday. Like Hikari said, it felt new and in some ways oddly nostalgic and
ね
calming.
え、アキト。
Huh?
シュー。
Hikari puckered her mouth like an octopus and faced me. What's that supposed to be?
言わせるプレイ？アキトってだんだんプレイがマニアックになってくよね。学校のトイレでしちゃったりとかさ。
You seem to conveniently forget who it was who brought me there and showed me her cleavage and shoved her cleavage in my face in the first place.
いいんだよ、恥ずかしがらなくて。私好きだから、いつも新鮮な驚きがあるんだよ。アキトって実はこんなやつだったんだっていうさ。
The double embarrassment of having your hidden inclinations exposed was a drawback to making it your childhood friend your girlfriend. No fooling around, you're the one who made that
こ
role.
の程度、エッチに入らないもん。チュー。
アキトお風呂入っちゃってって。
Kari pouted her octopus lips dejectedly. Put down my mechanical pencil, then patted Hikari's head, resting on the kotatsu in consolation. And so, I'm off to take a
ア
bath.
キトは、
Kari called after me, then got out of the kotatsu and set Seiza on her knees. Huh? She put her fingers together, touching the ground at her knees and lightly bowed.
つつかものですが、どうぞよろしくお願いします。
What's this about all of a sudden?
今日からしばらく、アキトの日常にさせてもらうんだもん。
Weirdo. I bent down and kissed her cheek. As much as just barely safe, right?
ドキッとした。急に来るんだもん。
ねえ、聞こえないの？
I'll be down soon! Study by yourself while I'm in the bath, okay?
わかってますよーだ。
I left the room, leaving Hikari to stick her tongue out at me. Morning, Kotaro. It's pretty chilly this morning too, huh? Upon realizing it was me who came, Kotaro, who was sleeping curled up in a blanket in his pen, quickly lost interest and went back to sleep. I was doing my usual preparations to open the store. Hikari came out in her pajamas, holding herself. Did I wake you up? Sorry about that. Hikari stopped to watch me get everything ready.
そうやっていつも働いてるんだね。
Pretty much. Inside, I'll turn the heater on. Here, coffee.
ありがとう。
He looks strangely solemn. I turned the heater on, but it was still cold inside the store, so I brought Hikari some hot coffee. Then I continued getting things ready to open. Hikari kept curiously watching me do so. Isn't that strange to see me working?
うん。
Whoops. Don't you always come by in the middle of my shift?
でも、お店がまだ開いてない時は見たことなかったから、大変だね。これ、毎朝やってるの？
Yep. Ever since Yamada started coming here, opening has been my
ア
job.
キトがいつもより大人っぽく見える。
You think so?
私、バイトってしたことないし、働いてお金を稼ぐのってすごいね。
I guess so. It's pretty rough. Answering bluntly, I felt a bit of proud deep inside.
先生のお母さんだ。おはようございます。
Hikari greeted the manager, coming by for Kotaro's walk through the window. She waved back with a smile, put on Kotaro's leash as he jumped around, then left for their walk.
私の知らない日常だ。
Customers are gonna come soon, so go get changed.
わかった。コーヒーごちそうさま。
Handing me the empty paper cup, Hikari returned to the room. I mumbled to myself while seeing her off. It wasn't so bad. showing my girlfriend how I worked. The usual job was too lax and didn't really feel like work usually. I opened Saotome with a refreshed feeling this morning. After opening preparations were done, it was time for breakfast. After that, proper studying for exams. Hikari was apt to lose interest, but she showed off some incredible focus for a short time. He progressed without studies in silence all morning. It was honestly surprising. You could say it was a side of Hikari I never knew. Devoting ourselves to studying like that, we eventually started to get hungry. Around when I started to think about what to have for lunch.
もうお昼だけど、おはようございます。びっくり。チース、ひなみちゃん。ああ、本当にコメントがある先輩、居候を始めたのですね。
Oh wow, you really started freeloading. Didn't expect that.
どうだいうちに娘が増えたんだ。
The manager is just collecting daughters. Ah yes, these fine children are mine now. I didn't like my old ones, so I had to adopt 3 new children that actually work. And don't sit at home all day. The manager spoke boastfully.
もういっそひかりちゃんに本当の娘になってもらってみはるをよそに預けたいわ。ちょっと母さん、私だって傷つくんだからね。このくらいの嫌味言わないとあんたいつまで経っても出ていかないでしょうが。当たり前じゃん。ここ私ん家なんだから、どんなに嫌味言われたって出て行ってやるもんですか。せめて教師続けてる間に見合いさせとくんだった。
Manager rubbed in between her eyebrows like she had a headache, as if to say maybe she would have still had a chance.
ひかりちゃん、
はい。
こんな大人になっちゃいけないよ。
はあ。
Hikari took a shy glance at Sensei.
一日でも早くお嫁に行けるよう頑張ります。
ほうき星のくせにちょっと当てがあるからって。
Considering what we find out in Miharu's route, that remark stings even now, since we do hear that she actually does want to be a mother and a wife. But before Akito got together with her, she thought she had to give up on that because she had no chance. So knowing that, on Scott, I kinda wanna slap Hikari right now. Because that is extremely insensitive and rude. And probably very hurtful for her.
あ、ごめんなさい。
Hikari ran outside the store being chased by Sensei.
微笑ましい師弟関係ですね。
I guess so.
部長、笑顔が引きつっています。
I don't know why I'm doing this. I have this in my hands way too often these days. My mother already complained to my brother, why did you give it to him? After turning my smile into a sigh at Yamada's cool-headed jab, the manager, released from store duty, made lunch for us. When our stomachs were full, we moved to afternoon studying while fighting off the urge to sleep. I had to give it my all for the time it took off working. Facing the desk in silence.
退屈。
She was so focused in the morning, but Hikari, having already gotten sick of studying, grumbled while face down on the kotatsu.
ねえねえ、アキト。
Tug tug. She pulled on my sleeve while laying down like that. Knock that off and study.
ねえねえねえねえ、アキト。
Tug, tug, tug. I ignored her.
アキト、アキト、アキト、アキト
Clinging to me, she shook my entire body. If you act that lazy, your future will end up like a certain teacher's, you know?
ならないもん。だって私、嫁のもらい手あるし。
Stop being so rude to me, Haru! Jesus Christ!
あるよね。あるって思ってていいんだよね。
I pretended to play dumb as Hikari went a little pale.
ほら、愛してるって言ってみろ。
She ordered me while poking my side this time.
さあ言うんだ。さもなくば、もっと甘えるぞ。
Hikari squirmed into the kotatsu. Eventually,
よいしょっと。
her face popped up between my knees. Cut it out, that's vulgar.
愛してるって言うまでやめない。
With that declaration, she started fawning over me at my knees like a
ほ
cat.
らほらほらほら。
Hey, that tickles.
さあ言え。
Yeah, I love you. While saying that, like the situation was hopeless, I petted Hikari's head on top of my
そん
knees.
なおざなりじゃなく、もっと感情を込めて。耳引っ張るな。
Would you get back to studying?
おーい。
Hikari dove back under the kotatsu like a submarine. Her butt came out first on the opposite side.
愛は一方通行か。
She finally returned to studying while muttering those complaints. 20 minutes later,
ねえ。ねえってば、
her concentration was broken. What?
バイトないとき、いつも何やってるの？
Went silent.
一人でエッチなことしてる？
I do not.
ほんとかな？じゃあ何してるのよ？
No answer came to mind. Come to think of it, I don't do anything outside work. I guess I don't do anything outside work. I suppose there was stargazing, reading astronomy magazines, and homework. Occasionally read manga I borrowed from Dake, or played a adult game of cards with Sensei as well. What a lonely youth I've lived.
待って待って、それ彼女の目の前で言う？自信持ちないわ。あんたの青春は最高に輝いてるから、私が保証する。
Wonder.
あんたには天文があるでしょ？天文女子に囲まれて、そしてこんなナイスバデーで可愛い可愛い彼女だっている。
Yes, that's
だ
true.
からもっと青春しよう。チューしよ
Well, that came out of
う。
nowhere.
秋との乾いた青春に潤いをもたらそうとだね。
I'm just fine with how dry it is, thank you. I went back to studying.
釣れないの。
Hikari tried to go back as well, but once your focus had been cut, it wasn't easy to recover.
チューしたいな。チュッチュしたいな。秋ととチューしたい。潤いたい。あ、じゃあさ、ゲームしない？問題集のここまでできたら、チューしていいっていう。
That doesn't exactly sound like a game. Like an action game without a single enemy.
あるよ。ちゃんと終わらせられるかどうかっていう。
So the game was about her patience and ability to concentrate. I couldn't tell whether it would be easy or hard. Alright, fine. In return, you have to do it properly. No skimping out. If you get most of them wrong, you still lose.
じゃあ、了解。
Hikari gave a snappy ass salute, then set about the problems. The one she pointed out would take her 4 hours, even with the concentration she had this morning. It wasn't exactly a simple exchange. I concentrated on my own studying while feeling a bit disappointed deep down. Considering how Hikari got bored quickly, there was no way she'd finish it all today, so the kiss would have to wait. She finishes it in 2 hours. About 2 hours later! I actually called it! I actually called it! What? Come on now.
何？
I said no skimping out, didn't I? Took a quick look at her answers while
ど
scolding
こ
her.
がどう手抜きなのか言ってもらおうじゃないの。
Hikari retorted smugly, sticking out her voluminous chest. I actually answered them properly. They weren't all right, of course, but you answered them all seriously.
どうや
What is it with your concentration? No doubt she was the short-distance runner type.
さてと、ゲームに勝った私にすることがあるわよね。
Yeah, I got it. Feigning hopelessness, I put down my mechanical pencil and faced Hikari. I actually wanted to kiss her too.
タマ、
Hikari stopped me as I was about to kiss her. What?
おざなりなのはダメよ。ちゃんと心を込めて、乙女心にキュンとくるようなの。あとそれから、チューする前に、愛してるよっていうのを忘れないでね。
Alright, fine. Hikari stared into my eyes, looking up slightly. Taken aback by this, I returned her gaze. I love you, Hikari. Kiss. I moved my face back after lightly touching her lips.
ねえ、もう一回。
Only one more, okay? Kiss. Our lips met again. Hikari pulled my hand as I tried to back away again.
もう一回。
Hikari?
このくらいエッチのうちに入らないもん。
We pressed our lips together over and over. We clung to each other, feeling the softness of our lips, pecking at each other, chasing after the other when they broke away. When one person tried to stop, the other pulled them back. Until finally... we began to twist together and suck on each other's tongues. The logical pretense I had covered this with fell away as my desire and love for Hikari overflowed.
ねえ、アキト、もう一回言って。
I love you.
キスされながら言われるの、とろけちゃいそう。
I love you, Hikari. Saying it once more, I stuck my tongue in deep. I tied my strong tongue around Hikari's cute girlish one, as if violently holding it down. Hikari clung to me as she pushed her lips in even deeper, as if trying to clear out all our built-up desire with this one kiss. I caressed her slender back. Our sighs grew steamier and took on heat. We heard footsteps as we intensely wrapped our tongues together. Someone was coming up the stairs, but we didn't stop kissing. No, we couldn't stop. Rattle, rattle.
ほうき星
何ですか？
Sensei looked around at us suspiciously after entering without knocking as always. Hikari and I were in our seats looking at reference and problem books.
真面目に勉強してるじゃん。
当たり前じゃないですか。私たち受験生ですよ。
アキトはともかく、あんたはもうちょっと私寄りの人間でしょそのあんたがちゃんとしてると、母さんからの風当たりがひどくなんのよ。
What are you going on about?
だから、もっとダラダラとダメなところをさらけ出しなさい。さもなくば、そこにいる生きのいい婿候補、私に譲ってくんない？
絶対に嫌だです。
ダメか。
So, did you need
母
something?
さんが夕飯に食べたいものないか、ほうき星に聞いてこいって。私はカニがいいって言ったんだけどね。そしたら、サワガニでも取って食ってろって言われたわ。
何でもいいですよ。おばさんのお料理美味しいし。
わかった。カニって言っとく。
Ending the almost totally meaningless conversation, Sensei left.
危なかった。
We went limp after letting the tension dissolve from our bodies. We had kissed until the very last minute, returning to our seats and pretending to study the moment Sensei opened the door.
ねえ、先生いつもあの調子で入ってくるの？
For the most part.
着替えてる時とかに入ってきたりしないの？
She's noisy when she walks, so I usually notice
あ
her.
そっか。なら安心だね。ねえ、カニが食べたいって私が言ったみたいになってない？
God, he finally noticed.
すっごいずうずうしい子みたいじゃん。
Don't worry, the manager sees through everything. She'd probably understand without even asking what we talked about.
ならいいんだけど。
Hikari went back to studying while looking worried. Bubble, bubble, bubble.
ねえ、そろそろいいんじゃない？
ですよね。部
I was on pot duty. Rushed by the girls surrounding the kotatsu, I opened the lid to the pot as steam erupted from a small hole in its top. Whoosh. The steam that was restrained by the heavy lid flew out all at once.
鍋だー。美味しそう。いただきます。
Thanks for the food! Hold up. Okay, so apparently I'm slowly but surely going insane. I thought someone knocked on the door. Forgot about my role as pot boss, and tension rose at the comfortable sound of a bubbling boil and the steam heat it gave off.
お待ちなさい。
Sensei stopped us, though, with a stern voice.
あんたたち、鍋の作法が分かっていないよね。
Why is this CG so fucking comfortable?
と言いますと？
こういう時は、年長者から行くのがマナーってもんで。つまり、圧倒的年長者の私か
She's
ら。
not gonna wait.
もうこら、ほうき星！
コメットガール先輩ずるい。
Enemy stuck out her chopsticks in a hurry.
キュルル。春雨うまうま。
I followed suit, of course.
あんたたち、だからマナーがね。
You're the last one to talk about manners here. You better eat fast before it's gone.
その春菊あたしんだよ。
Seniority meant nothing in front of such a delicious-looking hot pot.
カニは？カニもいいんじゃないの？
Yeah, probably.
キュルリ。
ストップ！今度こそストップ！
Sensei guarded the pot with her hands, stopping everyone.
何ですか先生？カニ。
Sensei cleared her throat sternly again while
第1回カニ争奪
Hikari and Hinami felt pressured by the crab in front of them.
天文クイズ！これから一人ずつ天文にまつわるクイズを出していきます。
何ですかそれ？そんなの過酷すぎます。
むつら星の会の伝統よ。
What an awful tradition. What if no one can answer?
出題者が食べる権利を得る。それじゃ行くわよ。第1問。
Sensei took the initiative without a moment's delay.
ずるい。優しい問題を。
チリ、アタカマ高原に作られたアルマ望遠鏡の正式名称は？
はい。アタカマ大型ミリ波サブミリ波干渉計。
Hikari answered the question, much like what her name means at the speed of light. Sensei stared at her, unable to say anything.
ですが、
ずるい。今答えを聞いてから問題を変えましたね。
チリの公用語であるスペイン語でのアルマの意味は？
なんだっけ。聞いたことあるんだけど、全然わからない。
Heart, soul, a loved one.
先生？
正解よ。
Alright, I'll have some crab now, if you please. I poked around the pot with my chopsticks, feeling for it.
立派な足だ。いいなあ。超美味しそう。
本当は私のものになるはずだったのに。
managed to splurged a bit for Hikari, and just by lightly digging at it with chopsticks, you could get to the meat. So delicious. Chiefly pushed things along with my auspiciously obtained crab.
次私ね。幻の流星群と呼ばれる鳳凰座流星群。最初に観測したのはどこの誰？
I'm pretty sure they were Japanese. I felt it faintly pulling at me in the back of my memory.
何ですかそれ。カニ。
Hikari started grinning as if she had already won.
南極観測船宗谷に乗っていた観測隊じゃなかったかしら。
正解。
Oh yeah, now I remembered. Phoenix was a southern hemisphere constellation you could barely see in Japan, but to say the first person who saw it was Japanese. The Antarctic observation ship Soya happened upon it by chance in the Indian Ocean while en route to the South Pole. At about 300 meters an hour, you could have called it a meteor storm, but it didn't appear the following years. It's been called things like the Phantom Meteor Shower for a long time.
鳳凰座流星群の母天体の方が良かったか。
ブランペイン彗星。
Sensei pulled out some crab from the bottom of the pot after a complete victory over Hikari.
爪ゲット
いいな。爪いいな。
Alright, Yamada, you're up next.
はい。
She took a deep breath in anticipation and presented her question.
皆さんよくご存知のプレアデス星団ですが、
Everyone's expressions sharpened upon hearing a question about such a familiar body, especially Hikari, who had yet to earn any crab. She was extremely
そ
serious.
のプレアデス星団にいる邪神といえば？は？
God!
そうです。ヒントは名状しがたいもの。
待った待った
Sensei shook both her hands and suspended the
審
game.
議に入ります。
はい。神様とか天文クイズの範疇から外れていると思います。
What about Greek mythology?
それはありでしょう。だって星座の名前にもなってるんだし。
はい、審議終了。ひなみちゃん、そっち系の神話は天文ネタには含まれません。なので問題を変えるように。
そんな。
ほら、ちゃっちゃとやる。カニが硬くなっちゃうわよ。
じゃあ、夕焼けが赤く見えるのはどうして？
Hikari shot her hand up quick as lightning.
太陽光に含まれる青い光は大気中を通過するとき、細かい塵にぶつかって散乱しやすい性質があります。太陽が地平線近くにあるとき、私たちのいる場所まで大気の層が厚くなります。その分厚い大気の層を通過するとき、青い光は散乱してどこかへ行って結果、残った赤い光だけが私たちの目に届きます。だから夕焼けは赤いのです。
To add to that explanation, sunlight looked white at first, but within it was all different colors of light, from blue to red, mixed together. Each of those colors had different wavelengths and properties. The Earth's atmosphere was mostly the same everywhere, but in the evening, when the sun was near the horizon, the atmosphere was thicker than when it was right above you. Sunlight had to pass through that. Consequently, the easily scattered blue light disappeared before it could reach our eyes, like the difficultly scattered red light left over. Also, the reason sky was blue was for the same reason, Hikari said. Put simply, we could see the scattered blue light above us, so the sky looked blue. In pictures and videos of the moon's surface, the sky was pitch black, even during the day. It was most likely... That was because almost no atmosphere existed to scatter the light.
どうかな、ひなみ
Talking
ちゃ
is
ん。
hard.
正解です。
Yamada responded miserably. To people who did astronomy as a hobby for so long, it was a simple question. Hikari pulled out some crab from the pot in elation.
よっしゃー！もう一つの爪ゲット！爪が ごめんね、ひなみちゃん。でも、カニのためなの。
Hikari unapologetically dug into the crab's body.
ちなみに、さっきの神様の答えは何だったの？
ハスターです。風の元素を司る。
Oh, Hester.
名状しがたい。
She really gonna be pulling out the goddamn Necronomicon? Get that Cthulhu Lovecraftian bullshit out of here. Yamada spoke dejectedly and looked pitiful.
はい。次あんたの番。
Yamada already looked like she had given up on her chance at winning a proper astronomy quiz. Alright, I got it.
よし来い。ほうき星に答えられるようなぬるい問題はダメよ。
Well, what happened to a human if they fell into a black hole?
何それ？ぺしゃんこになるんじゃないの？
No, they wouldn't get squished. They would be torn apart. While the others were flabbergasted, Yamada's twin tails jumped. Like, as you get closer to the center of a black hole, gravity keeps increasing. So, while, let's say, you are upright falling towards the center of a black hole, your head gets accelerated slower than your feet. So as your feet get faster and faster, they get torn away諸your head can't keep up. Yamada.
諸説ありますが、私の一番好きな説で構わないでしょうか。
Go for it.
人がブラックホールに落ちると、まず二つに分裂します。片方は即座に燃えて灰になり、もう一方は無傷のままブラックホールに落ちていきます。その後は、その人物は奇妙な光景を目にすることになるでしょう。そこには
The three of us listened in the daze as Yamada went on about black holes as if it were a ghost story.
というものがマイフェイバリット仮説です。死ぬまでに一度落ちてみたいものですね。
何のことかさっぱりわからなかったわ。
で、どうなのよ、出題者。
Correct?
やりました。
Yamada's face glowed with happiness.
ありがとうございます部長。
Sensei did tell me to ask a tough question Hikari wouldn't know. I'd heard about that hypothesis while talking with Yamada one
よ
time.
かったわね、ひなみちゃん。
ほら、さっさとカニ取りなさい。2周目行くんだから。
では、ボディを発掘しました。
はい。じゃあ次私。宇宙望遠鏡といえばハッブルが超有名ですが、世界最初の宇宙望遠鏡として知られる
The astronomy quiz for the crab continued in this fashion. Sensei really was good with proper astronomy facts, so we devised the content of our questions to cope with that. Although halfway through it turned into trick questions, in the end we all had about the same answer rate and we were able to come by some. We ate all the small scraps of leftover vegetables and tofu after nearly everything had been consumed. With the dazzling atmosphere gone, the original warm peacefulness returned.
それ見たアキトがね、君の瞳アルビレオみたいだねとか言って、そしたらサヤが泣き出しちゃってさ。
どうしてですか？
あの子アルビレオが星の名前だって知らなくて、怪獣か何かだと勘違いしちゃったのよ。
Hikari smiled while recalling it.
なるほど。確かにちょっと怪獣っぽいですね。
笑い事じゃないわよ。あの時大変だったんだから。
Sensei took a sip from her half-drank beer can.
あの子全然泣き止まないし、なんで泣いてるのかも分かんなかったから慰めようもないし、しょうがないから放課後まで保健室にいてもらったんだけど、転校初日でそれでしょ。正直頭抱えたわよ。
Sorry for all the trouble.
でもさ、 あれがきっかけみたいなものだったよね。私たちが星を見るようになったのって。
Well, when you put it like that, I guess.
どういうことですか？詳しく。
Yamada leaned forward as the topic went to
さ
Saya.
やに本物のアルビレオを見せてやろうってなって、クラスで天体観測会を企画したのよね。
なんと。
で、そこでもまた一悶着あって。
We did?
あんた覚えてないの？タケのアホがアキトの望遠鏡を隠しちゃったんじゃない。
Ah, that actually wasn't Taki, you know.
え、そうなの？
Did she not know? That was that chubby kid who always stuck around him, wasn't there? It was him, apparently.
知らなかった。今までずっとタケがやったんだって思ってたわ。
The truth had come to light.
それで、本物のアルビレオを見た天の川先輩は、どのような感想をお言いになったのですか？
それがさ、間に合わなかったのよ。一悶着のおかげでね。
それは、残念ですね。とても残念です。
でもね、そこで終わらなかったの。
Hikari gave a wide smile.
早乙女先生がね。
Sensei received Hikari and Ai's gazes. Oh, look at her! She's so fucking cute. He drank her beer with an unconcerned face. Whether she was embarrassed or didn't remember, I wasn't sure. She showed us a star called the Winter Albireo. We had Saya look at that.
綺麗だったよね。素朴なんだけど、色の対比も美しくって。
冬のアルビレオ。
That's Sensei's favorite winter star, isn't it?
そうだったかしら。
She played dumb. I guess she was embarrassed after
い
all.
いなぁ。私も見てみたいです。その星。
Why don't we invite Saya and do it tomorrow?
行きます。
Regardless, we planned to stargaze for the comet anyway. It'd be rough to do every night, what with the exams, but comets changed a lot, so we went every day we could, weather allowing.
じゃあさ、コロナたちも誘ってあげようか。
Yeah, what about you, Sensei?
私はいいよ。寒いし。
さっきからなんか照れてます？
はぁ？照れてないし、何に照れるってのよ。大人なめんじゃないわよ。
Why is Miyoru so adorable? She gulped down her
それ
beer.
からどうしたんですか
3人で三日月天文クラブを結成して星を見るようになったんだけど、いろいろあったよね。
It sure did. The unconsciously looked off into the
三
distance.
日月村がなくなって、
Sensei became a neat.
むつら星の会のおかげで、私とアキトがまた出会うことができたんだよね。
You're right. Things might have ended without us ever meeting again without the Six Stars Club. I would have remained the astronomer who never looks at the stars. I definitely would never have met Yamada.
もっと詳しく聞きたいです。三日月天文クラブではどんなことがあったんでしょう？
We tore up notebooks. Wait, what? You know that, don't you? You know that, don't you? We started our planetary observation journal. It was less than half a year we looked at the stars every night. For less than half a year, we looked at the stars every night, filled it in.
その後の出来事といったら、外村彗星か。
Like we talked about with Saya last night, our first all-out celestial observation was right after starting our journal.
彗星をクラスのみんなで見ようって話になって、それで。
Didn't you get banned from going out at night?
あった。私が毎晩出かけるもんだから、うちのお母さんがさすがに怒って。
Looking at us from the corner of her eye as we got riled up, remembering it. Yet it was making another strange face. She may have been complained to by parents about us knowing.
大ピンチではないですか。どうしたんですか？
どうしたんだっけ？
I can't remember.
そんな盛り上がるところなのに。
確かどうにかしてお母さんを説得したんだよね。
若いもんが昔話なんてしてんじゃないの。今を生きなさい。
はーい。ひなみちゃん、続きはまた今度ね。
気になる。
Alright then. Should we have that rice porridge?
私はもういいや。 カニとビールでお腹いっぱい。
You too?
雑炊は別腹。カニエキスの染みた雑炊、ぜひともいただいて帰ります。
Then I'll grab the rice
ビ
downstairs.
ールのおかわりも頼むわ。
Alright, if the manager lets me, that is. And so, our lively hot pot party went. After a bath and finishing our nightly studying, we spread out on our futons.
鍋楽しかったね。私、ああいうの久しぶりだよ。
We should have called Sai too. We decided to do it all of a sudden and ended up inviting Yamada, who had just finished work.
たまにはいいじゃない。さやの代わりに私がいても。
Huh?
さ、寝よっか。
Kylie approached me with her octopus lips. A goodnight kiss. She tried to go to bed with just that light touch. One more.
甘えん坊だな。
I wrapped my arms around her waist as she tried to pull away after planting her lips on me a bit longer than before. Couldn't forget the intense kiss from this
手
afternoon.
つきがやらしい。エッチなのはダメだよ、アキト。
I'll give up on the kiss, so just let me rub your hips and thighs for a bit.
あんた何言ってんの？
She pulled back lightly. Would you not understand that her appearance sparked those desires in me?
さ、寝るよ。電気消して。
Kylie quickly slipped into her futon. There was nothing I could do. So I turned off the lights.
予売とかしちゃダメだからね。
Jeez, I know. You're so picky. I got into my futon while complaining.
おやすみ。
Night. Hikari? She fell asleep already. Sat up and peeked at Hikari's sleeping face. Man, she's as good a sleeper as always. She slept good and ate good. Hikari was the perfect healthy child, and slept ridiculously easily. I probably should have put her bed in Sensei's room if it was going to be like this. That was the original plan when Hikari ended up staying here. Sensei complained though, and he would have had to clean up her cluttered mess of a room, so we ended up going with mine. There was no way we could put her in the manager's room at the kitchen either, of course. I guess you'd call this situation mental agony. I looked to the side one more time and watched over Hikari as she slept. That's an awfully happy face you're making there. I covered my head with the blanket to somehow hold my brazen thoughts at bay. I was too worked up to go to sleep, or so I thought, but it seems like I actually nodded off easily. What time is it? Gotta wake up early tomorrow. So I should go back to sleep. I surrender myself to the pleasant warmth of the futon again, but heard a faint voice. Oh no! Oh no! I strained my ears to tell if she was talking in her sleep. She's not talking. I guess you could say that she's communicating with her body in a way. What was that strange breathing? Was she having a nightmare? I pretended to toss in my sleep. Pretending to toss in my sleep, I faced Hikari. The strange breathing stopped. On the contrary, it went so quiet that it seemed like Hikari had stopped breathing altogether. Felt some kind of relief in the darkness as I pretended to sleep. I opened my eyes slightly and saw Hikari. Yep, there comes the CG. Yep, she's touching herself. So yeah, see you after that.
体 冷えちゃったね。
Okay, the sex scene is over, so, even after she noticed him watching, she furiously kept insisting that she's just sleeping, and she's just a very messy sleeper. So, Octo just basically throws off his pants and boxers, starts jacking it as hard as he can. She's like, what are you doing? I'm just doing the same as you. And it's honestly fucking weird. And the best part comes here. What I do during the sex scenes usually is I either watch a video while I skip through them, or I go in a call. So I went to the call in Boskwar's server, which I came at the perfect time because John was just there posting pentagram after pentagram, like as if they're fucking trying to summon a demon, and suddenly someone joined. So I went into Boskwar's stream saying, "Hey Scott, the people in your Discord trying to summon a demon or something." And he's just, his reaction was the most goddammit reaction I have seen today. It was great, honestly. Still, actually, those pentagrams, by the way, were not meant for summoning. Pentagrams were actually mostly meant for protection against the dark forces. So, yeah. I don't know why I said dark forces. Our body, that's Hikari's line. Yeah. Half naked and curled into one futon, we warmed each other up. Our bodies were filled with enough heat to sweat right after sex. But after a while, they cooled
で
down.
もこうしてるとあったかい。
Hikari buried her cheek into my chest. I lightly embraced her and spoke into her ear. Tonight, Hikari was awfully dirty.
だって、幻滅しちゃった。
Not at all. But I thought it was cute.
本当？
Yeah, you're cute doing naughty things by yourself while thinking of me.
もうバカ。
She bobbed my
知
chest.
らないんだから。
Sorry, I was just joking.
知りませんよーだ。
Pouting, Hikari shut her eyes after nestling into the warmth, which happened to be my chest. Guess we broke the rule.
誰だろうね。そんなルール作ったの。守れっこないのに。
Eating a bulletin through your nose as punishment is impossible, so we'll study hard starting tomorrow.
そうしよ
Hikari nodded with an earnest voice. We'd better get to sleep then. As if going off to sleep would be a waste, Hikari nuzzled into me. But as the heat spread, the urge to sleep gradually crept up on us.
う。おやすみ、アキト。
Good night. The night was wrapped in peaceful stillness. The pleasant chill of the winter night air strongly, warmly accentuated the presence of that special someone. Next morning, probably. Or evening. Hikari was studying diligently at the corner. Taka glanced at her from the side while reading manga.
あの光がマジな顔して勉強してやがる。受験ってのは恐ろしいものだな。
Taki's just over there like, what the fuck? Don't be rude, Taki. Hikari looked like that since a long time ago. So long as it's about stars, that is.
おい、あんたが一番失礼だぞ。私の彼氏。
My childhood friends from Mikazuki Village had set up camp at the store's cafe area. It was the usual scene in a sense.
はけ、あんた余裕そうにしてるけど大丈夫なの？
おんな必死こいて自分のレベルに合ってないとこ行っても後で苦労するだけだろ。
Was that actually an answer?
心配すんな。これでも家ではちゃんとやってるよ。
We aren't worried about you. We've just given up.
おい、ひでえな。うちの親と同じこと言うなよ。気がめいるだろ。
Whenever things felt uncomfortable at home, Taki always came here.
山田ちゃん、コーヒーおかわり。
かしこまりました、コロナのお兄さん。あ、こっちも。
Yamada, in the middle of work, brought the coffee refills.
部長は
Okay. During our exchange, Kotaro causing a ruckus along with a cute scream. The automatic doors opened and the voice's owner ran
い
inside.
らっしゃいませ。
危なかった。
Tall, beautiful girl came in behind her.
そんな命からがら逃げなくてもよろしいじゃありませんか。
玉木は分かってないよ。あいつの野生の目の鋭さを。
Oh, my ear. It's a pain in the butt.
それはこのような目ですか。
Kona's eyes took on an air of roughness.
お待ちなさい、コロナさん。
Kokone Chai stopped Korona as she ran away.
騒がしいガキどもだな。
こーら、あんたたち、お店の中で騒ぐんじゃないの。
これは失礼いたしました。光お姉さん。あ、いえ、ほきぼし先輩。
助かったよ、ピカリン。
Whack.
ピカリン言うな。こら、二人とも。店内で騒ぐのはおやめになってくださいです。
The apron-clad Yamada warned them persistently. They had already quieted down,
ボ
though.
ス、ひなみ、今日も労働してるね。
Kokone looked at Yamada with wide
す
eyes.
ごいです、ひなみさん。本当にアルバイトをなさっているのですね。
Didn't believe her? Kokone gazed at Yamada's apron-clad figure from various angles, frequently repeating, "Wow, amazing."
すごいでしょ。
That reminds me. Oh fuck. That reminds me. I did say in. Oh no. Oh, forget it. I didn't think it was that admirable. Kokone's school, Seisin in the lab working part-time. She looked like she had a good upbringing too, so a student working on their own may have seemed more mature than it actually was. Come to think of it, Hikari also voiced the same thoughts when she saw me opening the store. You're too early. Sa's not coming until tonight, you know?
アキ兄とピカリンに差し入れを渡そうと思って。
陣中見舞いです。
They land up the gifts they brought on the table.
疲れた時に食べるブドウと栄養ドリンク。これは必勝祈願のお守り？
うちの近くにある戦の神、すなわち分身を祀った神社で
What?
いただいてまいりました。
それはご利益ありそうだね。
ええ、ついでに私の思いも込められるよう一晩枕元に置いて寝ました。
It's actually kind of creepy.
へえ、それはさぞやこもってるんだろうね。いろいろ。
I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hikari forced a stiff smile.
こっちがピカリンので、こっちがアキ兄の分。それでこれはあの女の分ね。あの女はずる賢いからこんなのなくても余裕だろうけど。
そんなこと言いながらちゃんと買ってくるところが可愛いじゃないの。可愛いぞコロナ。撫でてあげよう。
そんなんじゃないもん。
な、それ俺のはないのか。
あるわけないじゃん。何言ってんの？
His eyes were with eyes cast on him as if he were saying something truly inexplicable. Takechi looked like he had already figured that were the case. Kotaro started barking outside again. No, probably not. He'd bark more if it were her.
お客様をああして歓迎しているのですね。 コロナさんには攻撃的に吠え立てたところを見ても、なかなかできたお犬様です。
I quite like that outfit.
ケルベロスの攻撃をかいくぐらないと入れないなんて恐ろしい店だよね。よく潰れないと思うよ。
Upon seeing the figure, Kotaro was greeting through the glass. Takechi looked up and waved his hand.
やあ、おまた。
ジンノさん。
The one who came with Jinno. It had been quite a long time since we last met. What exactly is the occasion?
ああ、そこのバカに用事があってね。
よ、なるえちゃん。
人前で気安く名前呼ぶんじゃないよ。なるちゃん。よーちび、元気だったかい？
Yo, Squirt!
こらコロナ、俺を差し置いて慣れ慣れしくするな。
いいじゃないか。むつら星の会の可愛い後輩なんだよ。それに、あんたの妹ってことはさ、とっても
Hikari urged her on while Jinno hesitated.
言わせんなよ。恥ずかしい。
ツンデレだ。絵に描いたようなツンデレだ。
こちらの方は？
たまたま会うの初めてだっけ？
Kokone fired a heavy explosive body blow right next to Korona, causing her to bend over.
なるちゃん、この子、むつら星の会の。
She's just bent over.
たまたま
Kokone's cheeks twitched slightly then after sending a murderous glance at Korona. She gave a prim ladylike
は
smile.
じめまして、先輩。私は、聖戦女子天文部2年の小金井玉木です。
ああ、それでたまたまなんだ。私はジンのなるえ。むつら星の会の OG だよ。よろしくね、たまたま。
コロナさん、ちょいと後で覚えてらっしゃいませね。
Takeichi cleaned up his stuff and put his coat on in the middle of our usual rowdy conversation.
じゃ、行こうか、なるえちゃん。
You guys going somewhere,
こ
Take?
れからデート。さすがに丸一日は時間取れないけど。
そのためにわざわざジンノさんの方が来てくれてるんだ。
The way Hikari worded that implied it was strange for Jinno of all people to do it.
まあね。
Jinno went red
私
again.
が受験の時、たけくんにはいろいろ気遣ってもらっちゃったから。
たけくんだと？
Some muttering
それ
began.
に、クリスマスは一緒に過ごしたいじゃん。
ごめんね、なるえちゃん。ちょっと過ぎちまったけど。
うんうん。いいよ。こうして会える。
Oh, it's Christmas. We watched Jinno's awkward bashfulness and amazement.
ツンデレっていうかもう。
じゃ、またな、秋田。その他大勢と山田ちゃんも。
妹をその他大勢呼ばわりしないでよ。
Actually, it's kind of nice to see romance outside of your character for once.
コロナさんと同一カテゴリーに分類されるのは少々不満がございます。
またお越しくださいませ。コロナのお兄さん。
Takechi left the store in high spirits for his late Christmas date. I see, you have dates on Christmas. Hikari heard my
いい
mumbling.
ってことよ。私ら受験生だし。
Sorry, next year for sure.
おうや。
あ、そうだ。
Jinno remembered something and came back as she was about to follow Takeichi.
姫さんから伝言だよ。
From Shiratori.
むつら星の OB、OG 集まって、オルコット彗星の官房会を合宿所でやろうって話になってるんだけど、あんたらも、もしよかったらどうかってさ。
They really were planning something. Well, that's to be expected of Shiratori.
直接誘いたかったみたいだけど、あんたら受験生だろ？姫さんなりに遠慮したみたい。
It would definitely be hard to refuse if we were asked directly, especially to wear. Thanks for the invite,
だ
but
よね。
わかった。
no, not that.
私たちも観測会の予定を立ててるんです。
そうなの？
どうしても他の場所じゃダメな理由がありまして。
そっか。姫さん悔しがりそうだけど、伝えとくよ。
Sorry about
いいっ
that.
て。受験頑張ってね。それじゃ。
Juno left the store, chasing up Takichi was waiting outside.
はあ、久しぶりに見た。あの二人、まだ付き合ってるんだね。
Juno's surprisingly caring. We'd even heard so much from Toyoda, who used to be her junior at Nishihai. She'd occasionally say some sharp things and stood out, but she was popular with the underclassmen. They're camping out for it, huh? You'd probably be able to see it really well that way.
うん。でも、
Right. We wouldn't be able to accomplish our goal of completing our journal unless it were in former Mikazuki village. Alright, let's keep going until Sai gets here. You guys can relax at the table over
お
there.
邪魔にならないよう静かにさせておきます。
させておきますっておかしくない？
あなたさえ静かなら、いつだって心地よい静寂が訪れるのですから。
タマちゃん、ガムテープ持ってこようか？コロナの口に貼るやつ。
They're just bullying
よ
Corona.
ろしくお願いします。
Man, they're noisy.
と子供なんだから。
And I found their rambunctious and it's heartwarming. My face turned a little red, imagining whether we acted the same back then.
「みんなでお鍋したの？」はい。ニート先生の母上が奮発してくださって、なんとキャンサー鍋でした。
Neat Sensei's mother. Yamada spoke energetically while showing Sa pictures on her smartphone. For the record, though, by cancer she meant the constellation.
そうなんだ。
After innocently responding to Yamada's report, she looked back at Hikari and I.
そうなんだ。
She repeated the same words, but her tone was completely different. Hey, Hikari! Did you never tell her or something?
うん、してない。
Look at those eyes! She's definitely mad! Either that, or...
私だけ仲間外れだ。
Tears. Ah! Don't cry, Saya! It just happened all of a sudden! It's not like we left you out or anything!
みんなで楽しくキャンサー鍋したんでしょ？
No, it was crap! We can't put the constellation in a pot! I had to correct her as an astronomy fan.
さあやってば、そんな怒んないの。
Hikari slashed onto Saya with a composed expression and spoke into her ear.
あんた、いつだって鍋くらいできるんだから、たまにはいいでしょ？私にその席譲ってくれても。わざとだ！わざと仲間外れにしたんだ！やだなぁ、違うってば。それは偶然っていうか、たまたま夕飯がお鍋になっただけだよ。
Hikari was just fanning the
でも
flames.
楽しかったんでしょ？みんなで盛り上がったんでしょ？どんな風に盛り上がったの？
That was the astronomy quiz for the crab and stuff.
何それ楽しそう！先輩たちの昔話も聞かせていただきました。
You're just making it worse.
どんな話？三日月天文クラブの結成秘話や
転校初日のさやのサングラス事件とか。
Fuck is happening? Hikari, don't tease her anymore. She's puffing out her cheeks.
ごめんってばさやたん。怒った顔も可愛いぞ。ふんだ、知らないもん。光のバカ。
Well, Sa just blurted out the word dummy.
さやってば。話してもらえます？ほうき星さん。
たとえ名字で呼ばれたって、私たちの友情は不滅だよ。全然不滅じゃないですが。
Hikari chased after as she sped up her pace with her cheeks puffed out, and the underclassmen watched.
天の川先輩ってあんな表情もなさるのですね。なんとまあ可愛らしい。
あれがあの女の本性だよ。凶暴性むき出し。近づくと噛まれるよ。
Unreserved brutality.
私は何かいけないことを言ってしまったのでしょうか。
Don't worry about it, those two are always like that. They get along. Whispered with a bit of jealousy.
はあ、あれが仲が良いのですか。
I realized something lately. The three of us have always been like this. I was jealous of Sai's and Hikari's relationship. Sai was jealous of mine and Hikari's, and Hikari was of Sai and I's. We occasionally looked at each other with a bit of envy. That feeling was probably underneath Hikari. Keeping the hot pot party a secret from Saya. And we felt happy being envied by each other.
変な関係だよね。
Completely different from me, Korona watched those two with sulking eyes.
いいなぁ、天の川先輩。あんな風にほうき星先輩に構ってもらえて。
Kogane turned a almost worryingly jealous gaze towards Saya. It seems even the underclassmen had their own feelings. Hey, you guys, don't go too far ahead. Hey, me too? Wait, it's not like I stayed quiet on purpose.
さやに嫌われた。
Damn it, she was my girlfriend, but why did I sometimes feel the intense urge to hit her? Severe domestic violence! Hold on. Wasn't there something like... I remember some game where for some reason there was a line, I will unleash a storm of domestic violence upon you or something like that. Oh well. Something like unleashing what was it? A raging storm of domestic violence on somebody or something like that. I don't know. We quickly started preparations upon arriving at the abandoned station. Huh? Thanks then. Thanks. And I'll leave you to it. Korona set up the telescope in my place. Yamada and Kogane were here tonight as we were stargazing from the platform this time rather than on the train's car roof. Yamada and Kogane were here tonight, so we were stargazing from the platform this time, rather than the train's car's roof. Korona's really going all out. I spoke to Hikari next to me in secret.
これは何か企んでるな。
違うよ。もうピカリのバカ。
バカって言われた。今夜だけでもう2回目だよ。もう、本当に光はバカね。3回目混ぜてもらえるのが嬉しいんだよ。
Saya spoke quietly so Korona wouldn't hear. The Mikuzuki Astronomy Club. Hikari clapped her hands together once she understood.
あの子、ずっと仲間に入りたがってたもんね。
Tonight wasn't a Six Stars Club activity. It was for the Mikuzuki Astronomy Club.
あれこれどうやるのかな。
貸してみ。ここはこうして。
わかった。あとはコロナがやるから、ピカリンあっち行ってて。
こら、私をのけ者にするな。
いいから、コロナがやるの。
Hikari came over, pressured by Korona.
何よ、あの子。
She wants to show off to you.
私に？アキトにじゃないの？
To you. I spoke gently. Hikari and Korona were two childhood friends. Both were born in Mikuzuki village, both grew up going to the same school with less than 100 students. They didn't just get along well, They were more like relatives, sisters at times. It was natural for them to be close. Even though it seems the people in question didn't think so themselves.
ピカリンできたよ。
えらいえらい。
子供扱いしないで。
She was awfully proud before, but looked dissatisfied at having her head pat. Hikari just enjoyed that, of course, and pat her even more.
よーしよしよし。
ピカリン
I checked the telescope that had been set up. Korona even did a good job aligning the finder's optical axis in the dark. Yep, all set up. Alright then, let's start.
はいです。
いざ参りましょう。
Before we look through the telescope, has anyone done comet observation before? Korona and the others all looked at each other and shook their heads.
でも、ムツラ星の回でやろうって話はしてたんだ。
せっかくの天体ショーだもんね。
私は是が非でも見たいです。過去の恨みを晴らすために。
タマちゃんが最初に天文に興味を持ったのって外村彗星だって言ってたもんね。
はい。
Korona nodded strongly, gazing at Hikari enchantingly for remembering. And tell me what you know about Comet Alcott.
新しく発見された非周期彗星で、そんなに大きくはないけど、太陽にかなり接近するんだよね。
だから、今は暗いけど、すごく明るくなる可能性がある。
外村彗星に特徴が似ているとも。
I nodded their answers. Seems they had the bare minimum of knowledge. Oh, talking is hard. The main point being a newly discovered non-periodic comet.
どういうこと？
Comet Alcott has not passed by the sun even once. Meaning, they looked at each other while tilting their heads.
何が起こるかわからない？
Yes, exactly. Some comets, we know almost nothing about them. What kind of celestial bodies are they? What kind of celestial body they are? What their composition is made of? Until we observe it for ourselves, we have no idea what will happen once it suddenly approaches the sun.
だから楽しみなんだよね。不安でもあるんだけどね。
If it were a periodic meteor like Halley's Comet, or we already had an abundance of data on it, it would be easy to predict. Of course, those were just predictions.
なるほど。
少し恐ろしくもありますね。
Korona's eyes sparkled with curiosity.
近日点通過は大晦日頃だったよね。
Yep. Seeing Korona like this, Hikari
うんうん。
nodded happily. Korona, who had clung to us and wanted to join in our fun, imagined the comet's path. The way her eyes sparkled said as much. It was deeply moving as an upperclassman. To explain the procedure of observation, I showed them the way we observed it as well as what we had recorded up to yesterday.
彗星がちょっとずつ移動してます。
こんな風に記録するのですね。
Kokone, the most inexperienced among us, looked at the record with enthusiasm.
実際にやってみたら？持ってきたんでしょ？道具は。
Korona took out a notebook, flashlight, and such from the luggage.
玉木、あかりお願い。ひなみんは応援お願い。
懐中電灯で頭をかち割りますよ。
コロナ、ファイト。
Try finding the comet yourselves.
わかった。やってみる。
She stiffened as she went to peek through the finder.
アルコット彗星ってどこにあるんだっけ？
They lit up the star map with the flashlight, but they hadn't drawn the all-important comet. They wouldn't be able to find it like this.
先輩方の観測ノートを頼りにすればよろしいのでは？
それだ！あきにちょっと借りるね。
The position of Comet Alcott was recorded in our journal. Comparing that with the star chart, we deduced its general
秋
location.
の四辺形がまだあの辺りにあるから。
The stars of autumn slowly sunk in the sky, and the winter constellations were just above the horizon. Pointing the finder towards her guess, Korona looked through the
あ
lens.
れかな？でもなんか彗星っぽくない。尻 もよく見えない。あるのかな？
見せて見せて。
はい。
なんだかぼやっとしてるね。あれ尻尾なんじゃ。
We exchanged glances while listening to the underclassmen converse, while taking turns looking through the telescope.
尻尾？
もうかなり近日点に近づいてるし。
Yeah.
多分あれで間違いないと思うんだけど、星図にも載ってないし、でも彗星って感じしない。
どれどれ？私が見てあげよう。
ああ、ずるい光。先に見たいからって。
Bringing her right eye to the eyepiece, Hikari looked at the lenses cut out of space.
おお！
She raised her voice.
どうなの光？
コマが大きくなってるように見える。尻尾はうっすら見えるような見えないような。ねえ、アキト、さや。
Forgetting about Korona and the others, Hikari called us over in excitement.
ほら、見て見て、早く。
San and I each look through the telescope. The telescope Korona had set up was pointed at the area we had been observing for a while now. Among those familiar stars was a celestial body slightly shifted from the day before. Comet Alcott. But its shape was slightly different from yesterday's. Right, it's not as hazy as it used to be. Also...
うっすらと尾が見えるね。
Is that what they're talking about? I have no idea what they're talking about. So that's how it looks. I was briefly taken by the comet's dimly blurred form. It's just like Sensei said in the past.
何が？
Comet observation is interesting.
先輩、コマとは何ですか？
簡単に言うと、彗星がまとった大気のことだね。彗星はよく汚れた雪だるまなんて言われるけど、宇宙空間では冷えてカチカチに固まっているの。でも太陽に近づくと表面が溶けてガスや塵を発生させる。それが大気となって彗星の核を覆うの。
それをコマと呼ぶのですか？
By the way, the word coma came from the word meaning hair. Thus, the dim gas covering the comet's core was its hair.
太陽に近づいて表面が溶け始めてるんだね。
へえ。
Among all the various celestial bodies, comets are particularly dramatic and change every
だ
moment.
から観測しがいがあるのよ。
Hikari mischievously continued my own words. Hearing that, Sad and I burst out laughing.
何かおかしなこと言った？
先輩方にしかわからない高度な天文ギャグでしょうか。
私には分かっていますよ、ほきぼし先輩。
違う。
全部受け売りだもんね。みはる先生の。
みはるちゃん？
We learned from her in the past.
あの人は本当に先生だったのですね。実はちょっと疑ってました。
Anyhow, this is our first time doing proper comet observation.
そうなんだよね。
前に来た時は見なかったの？外村彗星だっけ？5年生みんなで彗星を見るんだってお兄ちゃんが自慢してきたことあったよ。
Seeing us all smile bitterly, a question mark floated above Corona's head.
その話はおやめなさい、コロナさん。あれは悲しい事件だったのです。
彗星観測は何が起こるかわからないってことだよ、後輩諸君。でも、だからこそ楽しい。例えば、いきなり核が分裂してアウトバーストしたり。ね。
まだ近日点じゃないのに？
ありえなくはないよね。アウトバーストは響きからしてもうかっこいい。
I hate the fact that my ear hurts so much. I checked, and apparently I have a pimple in the goddamn earlobe. It's fucking painful. Yawa and the others looked up at the night sky as if it were right about to happen.
私たちも観測記録をつけないと。
おっと、そうだった。あんたたちもおいで、見せてあげるから。位置を記録したら終わりってわけじゃないんだからね。
He recorded our observations in front of the underclassmen as they watched. Well, we made it sound grand, but we were pretty out of practice and didn't know if our methods were right or not.
高度観測ってどうやるんだっけ？望遠鏡のピントをずらして周囲の星が水星と同じになるようにするんだよ。
ピントをずらす。ピントをずらす。
Corona was taking notes next to Hikari, who put it into practice. Luminosity observations for the dimly lit coma of a comet made use of a particular technique. You blurred the image, shifting the focus of the telescope a little at a time until the surrounding stars looked the same as the comet. Then, within the blur, you'd find a star of the same brightness and recorded. Once you looked up at the star's magnitude later, you'd know the comets as well. Or at least that's what we learned. We were teaching that to Korona as well, as she watched Hikari actually try it. By the way, when it comes to comet observation, it's actually more appropriate to use binoculars rather than a telescope.
どうしてですか？望遠鏡の方が詳細に見えるはずでは。
尾が長くなるからじゃない？
Korona really was sharp, a nod in response. When the tail gets longer, the small field of view of a telescope won't do. The low magnification of binoculars lets you see it all at once and works better. Of course, with a telescope, you can observe the core, coma, and condition of the tail more minutely. Having both would probably be ideal. The club members at Moromisawa probably have some, so you should ask.
諸見沢に相談と。ありがとう、ハキニ。
After dependently taking her notes, Korona used the telescope and continued recording observations of Comet Alcot's new faint tail. After making our record and gazing at the comet for a while, our observation was complete. We lost ourselves in the lingering buzzing to random conversation. The comet at the horizon gradually sank below the mountain's ridge line. Right now, we could only see it just before sunset, and as it approached the sun, it would finally stop rising in the night sky. We wouldn't be able to observe it then. Then once it passed the perihelion, it would return once again.
もうちょっと見ていたかったな。
It should have a tail the next time we meet.
楽しみだね。
Then it would probably turn into the kind of comet everyone knew. It would be a dramatic sight for sure.
そんじゃ片付けよっか。
まだです先輩。
Yamada stopped Hikari in a flurry as she tried to disassemble the telescope.
まだ冬のアルビレオが
どうかしたの？
昨日お話を聞かせていただきまして、どうしても見てみたいと思いまして。
I promised I'd show it to her.
おっと、そうだった。そろそろ登ってきてるわよね。
Hikari searched the gorgeous winter sky and the stars in the sky as they rose past the summer constellations.
天の川先輩の大好きな星だと伺いました。
そうだよ。とっても大切な星。
なんだかわかりませんが、見てみたいです。私も。
コロナは別にかな。
またそんなこと言って。
You should see it too, Korona. You couldn't see it back then, right?
あの時
You don't remember? We had a stargazing party in class around when I just moved here. You couldn't come, right?
見る！絶対見る！
It seems that that memory was particularly vexing to her. Well then, we'll introduce you, so hold on a bit.
まずは大犬座の後ろ足から。大犬座はあっちだよ。
It was a star we'd seen numerous times before, and it was difficult to find with an Altazimuth mount, but we knew its location by muscle memory. Oh, there it is. Alright, it's all yours.
誰から見る？
ひなみさんからどうぞ。 約束なさっていたのでしょ？
コロナは子供の頃に見たかったけど見られなかったんでしょ？
ありがとう。
With the order decided, Corona looked through the lens. Upon peeking through the telescope, her breath was momentarily taken away.
綺麗な二重星。これが冬のアルビレオ？
He nodded.
そう呼ばれてる星だよ。
Corona's enthralled profile as she looked through the telescope brought back memories of our first stargazing meet. Watching the stars with our classmates, Hikari and Sa's faces, as well as my own, seemed to say so. Star 145 CMA of Canis Major, aka the Winter Albedo.
私たちの始まりの星。うん。とっても大切な星。
We were a little embarrassed by Corona's state, but also a little proud.
君たち、あの時こんな綺麗な星を見てたんだ。いいな。
As Corona looked up at the simple double star, letting slip a bit of sadness, Hikari lightly rubbed her shoulder.
ちょっと時間は空いちゃったけど、
He's just straight up
あんた
crying!
ももう仲間なんだからね。
What the fuck? Yeah.
なーに？泣いてんの？
違うよ。これは寒いからだよ。
はいはい。かわいいな、ちびすけ。
コロナも大きいよ。子供扱いしないで。
次、不詳山田行きます。
Yamada jumped into Corona's spot, unable to wait any longer. She must have been antsy after hearing our story, then seeing the way Corona was.
美しい。まさに天の川先輩そのもののような星です。大げさだよ。
早く変わってください、ひなみさん。
Seems our underclassmen's hearts were stolen by the peaceful double star, glimmering quietly in the cold, clear winter sky.
今日はありがとうございました、先輩の皆様。
ありがとう、ハキニーピカリ。それから一応、天の川先輩も。
大変良い勉強になりました。
It was fun getting to have a meet like this together.
あんたたち、気をつけて帰るんだよ。またね、みんな。
They lowered their heads in response, then headed home in lively conversation about the night's events.
やっぱり、星はたくさんで見るのが楽しいね。後輩の子たちが一緒だと、新鮮な反応をしてくれるのが嬉しいよね。
Still, there was quite a bit we couldn't get across completely. Since stargazing had to be done at night, we couldn't just gather whenever. Top of that, the bodies we could see changed depending on the time and events, like comets might... On top of that, the bodies we could see changed depending on the time and events, like comets might only happen once every several years. That sentence is confusing to me.
いい機会になったってことだね。
You don't go dragging them around too much, or else they'll end up like a certain somebody who got banned from going outside at night. It seemed, depending on the school, when new members joined, the parents were gathered to explain the kind of activities they did. The understanding of guardians was necessary for things like gathering at night with only students, or occasionally staying overnight. Here at the Nishi High Astronomy Club, who put their focus on astronomical photography, had actually done that, so it was easy to conduct activities.
ねえ、さや。コタち
So I had at some point run over to pet Kotaro. Hikari chased
ゃん。
after
ねえ、
her.
さや。ちょっと聞きたいんだけど。何？私さ、
昔、夜中の外出禁止令が出されたことあったよね。
あの時は大変だったよね。光がもう家には帰らないとか言い出して。
私、そんなこと言ってたんだ。
Seems the person in question had no memory of such a thing. How'd you convince her mom again exactly?
授業参観だよ。
授業参観？
Ah! Hikari and I yelled at the same time.
あれか！
We totally had that, didn't we?
忘れてたの？
Hikari Saya looked exasperated at us having forgot something that had been so trying.
いやー、すっきりしたわー。今夜はぐっすり眠れそう。
余裕だね。勉強もいい感じに進んでるの？
I responded to Saya's simple question. I had to go and say it. She was just about to have such a nice sleep too.
光ったら。
But thanks to that, we could focus on studying now. Since yesterday, we had been building up frustration with it on the tip of our tongues the entire time. That's right. The three of us persuaded Hikari's mom during Parents' Day. Flashback.
「近日点までもうすぐだね。
Yeah.
私、なんだかドキドキしてきた。
Our faces were huddled together around our journal that was spread out on the desk. It had been a while since we started keeping the record, and we were more knowledgeable than before, so we concentrated on kneading out the details of our plan on the day of the observation party. Well, you'll be able to see it even during the day when it passes it. We gotta see
当
it.
たり前じゃん。でも、明るいところで見るのは危ないって。
It's fine if you don't use the telescope, isn't
ダ
it?
メだよ。太陽を直接見ちゃうと目に悪いんだよ。じゃあさ、あれあるじゃん。
Gotta pointed at
あ
Saya.
れってさやのサングラス。
Saya crouched down while holding her chest at the embarrassing memory being dug up. I replied calmly. Then we wouldn't be able to see the comet either, wouldn't we?
試してみる価値はあるよ。それだって立派な観測だしね。
Hikari pushed Saya further with a big smile.
知らないもん。
If it might work, let's put it in the plan for now. Everyone will definitely get a shock from seeing a meteor in the morning.
だね。
The party was planned for tonight, but we could probably do something extra during break.
なんとしても成功させるよ。今度はタケたちにも邪魔させない。
Right. If we were together in those feelings. It had been 2 months already since the formation of the Mikazuki Astronomy Club. In that time, as long as it wasn't cloudy, we looked at the starry sky every night. We were mesmerized and engrossed in it, and we wanted everyone to know that same magic.
そういや、参観日ももうすぐだね。そっちの準備もしないとだね。
True. Saya and I's expression clouded over subtly at the topic
ア
coming
キ
up.
トんとこはおじいちゃん来てくれそうなの？
I don't know. I brought it up a bit once, but
そっか。うちもお母さんお仕事あるからおばあちゃんが代わりに来るかもって言ってた。そうなんだ。でも発表は頑張るよ。
we'll go for the win, of course. If you can't show off here, then what's the point?
よく言った。それでこそ私の仲間だ。
Kaidi stretched out her hand, and Saya and I put ours on
三
top.
日月天文クラブファイト
Go! We let out a fight. We let out a. Talking is hard. We let out a cheer like it was some kind of volleyball match.
あなたたち、まだ残ってたの？
あ、先生みんなで観測会の計画を見直してたんです。
We were wondering if we might be able to use the afternoon break to see Comet Geist in the day too.
そうなの。頑張ってるわね。
She spoke kindly as usual, but her expression was clouded over somewhat.
あなたたち、星を見るのは素敵なことだけど、ちゃんと家の人の了解はもらってる？
もらってます。
Only Saya responded quickly.
そう。偉いわね、天の川さん。空見くんとほうき星さんは？
I always say where I'm going before I leave, so... My grandfather was taciturn and rarely spoke, so it wasn't clear if he was actually letting me.
もちろんちゃんと許可もらってます。
ほうき星さん。
It looked like a shadow flashed across her usually calming eyes.
わんぱくなのもほどほどにしないと。あなた、女の子なんですからね。
先生、なんだか疲れてるみたい。
I heard adult society is stressful. Maybe it's that.
人事みたいに言ってくれちゃって。
先生？
なんでもないわ。それよりほうき星さん。いいわね。今日帰ったらお母さんにちゃんとお話しするのよ。
わかりました。
Could a parent have said something to the school?
そんな感じだったね。
Hikari had gone quiet and was in a cold sweat since a while ago. Hey, what's wrong, Hikari?
お腹痛い？やだな、もう。へっちゃらだって、楽勝、楽勝。
What'll be?
今日の晩ご飯何かな？餃子だといいな。
We came up on our usual parting street in the middle of
じゃあ
talk.
ね、さや、あきと。また明日。
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Went our separate ways home. The morning of Parents' Day. Kids carrying bags on their backs here and there followed the river to school while they called out to each other. Our school had few students, so there weren't really groups that went to school together. Sai came running across the usual bridge with the usual slowness while gasping for breath.
ごめん、遅くなっちゃって。
What are we gonna do about the observation
知ら
party?
ない。どうしたの？
Finally catching her breath, Sai noticed Hikari's glower as she looked to the side and my furrowed brow. Hikari was...
ちょっといろいろあって。
Hikari awkwardly revealed the situation to
お
Sai.
腹の外出禁止にされただけだよ。
She had been going out in secret this whole time.
内緒じゃないよ。怒ってても構わず出かけてただけでさ。だって、いくら話しても全然分かってくんないんだもん。
Seems Hikari's mom had warned her about going out at night repeatedly before. Hikari ignored her and kept going out to stargaze.
こないだ先生に言われたからちゃんと話したら、喧嘩になっちゃって。もうお母さんなんか知らない。ほんとわからせ屋なんだから。
That's why Hikari had been like this for a while.
観測会できなくなるんじゃ。
Without permission of our guardians, we wouldn't have our gathering.
いいよ、私抜きでやって。そんな。
There's no way we could do that.
でも、私がいたら観測会ができなくなっちゃうじゃん。そっちの方が嫌だよ。
It's true, but where was the meaning in doing it without Hikari?
昼休みのなら出られるからさ。それでいいじゃん。ね。
She was trying to be considerate of us.
そんなのダメ。さや。
I don't want to do it without you.
あきと。今日、光のお母さん来るんでしょ？朝からおめかししてたから来ると思う。じゃあ、その時頼んでみようよ。私と、ふっくんで。
Yeah, let's do it!
ありがとう、二人とも。
The parents would watch our class during third period. During the break after second, we glued ourselves to the window and stared at the grounds coming from the gate.
来た！どれ？ほら、派手な赤い服着てる人。
Hikari's mom was flashy enough to spot at a single glance.
やだなぁ。あんな張り切ってるお母さんみんなに見られるの恥ずかしいよ。
Whatever, let's just go. Hikari's mom!
うん
He called out to her in the middle of the grounds as if blocking her way, while she greeted an acquaintance and headed towards the building.
お母さん、
光、どうしたのあんた。その子たちは
Why does her voice sound familiar? Isn't that also... Oh my god, is that also Kyosuke's mom?
光、どうしたのあんた。その子たちは
Or do just all moms start to sound the same to me?
同じクラスの馬野
Akio Sorami!
川さやです。
こんにちは。いつも光がお世話になっているわね。
She responded with a bright, formal smile. Miss, we want to ask you something. Please let Hikari go watch the stars.
あげてください。
Sai and I lowered our heads desperately. I don't know why I raised my hand like that. Saying that, she seemed to guess that we were the friends she went out playing with that night.
確か二人とも転校生だったわね。都会の方から来たっていう。
We felt uncomfortable under the judging gaze of an adult. Sai and I weren't just transfer students. She should have known that we carried circumstances involving our families to this village. We weren't just playing around, we were making astronomical
勉
observations.
強と同じだから。だから、早乙女先生も許してくれてて。
Kari's mom flinched a bit upon seeing tears slowly well in her eyes. She didn't seem like a bully and would understand if we talked earnestly, and that's what we felt. But all adults weren't that soft.
ダメよ。
Why?
そんなこと言って。どうせ遊んでるだけなんでしょ
そんなこと。
True. We couldn't say it with distinct certainty. We were doing it because it was fun, so you could call it playing. Plus, it wasn't like all we did was look at the stars when we got together.
だからそんなことないって言ってるでしょ。
Kari shouted, unable to hold back after watching in silence until now. Her mom stared daggers at her.
だったら、なんでいつもあんなに楽しそうなんだい？勉強しに行くのに、あんたがあんなに浮かれるはずないじゃないの。
I like the logic. Like hell that's studying! Why the fuck would you have fun doing that? I know you.
だって楽しいんだもん。
嘘つくんじゃないの。あんた、家じゃろくに勉強しないくせに。
I suddenly recalled a memory from when I had just transferred.
私って信用ないんだよね。
She had said that. Just located right here and now. Kari's mom's behavior felt oppressive, but it was surely the result of daily events piled on top of each other.
私が楽しそうだと悪いか。
親に向かってなんて口の利き方だい、この悪ガキが。
A terrible shouting match started. It progressed into name-calling that you couldn't even imagine being exchanged between parent and child. One unreserved pair.
私、お母さんにあんなこと言われたら、ショックで寝込んじゃうよ。
We inadvertently shrunk back from the family quarrel right in front of us.
だいたい星なんか見て、一体何の勉強になるってんだい？
You're an
こんな
idiot!
もの、お空でピカピカ光ってるだけでしょうが。
Like, this woman is actually ignorant. What the fuck?
なるよ。宇宙はすごいんだよ。
どうすごいのか言ってごらん。
だから、そんなすぐには出てこないよ。
ほら、ごらんなさい。どうせ外で遊ぶ口実なんだろ。
違うってば。
とにかく、絶対にダメだからね。子供が夜中に遊びに出かけるなんて、不良の始まりだよ。
もう、お母さんのわからずや、おたちのポッポコピー。
Spitting out that parting remark, Hikari bolted towards the school building. Hikari! Hesitating, we lowered our heads to Hikari's mom, then chased after
誰
her.
がポンポコピーだい？
Her mom's angry voice followed along. That woman is, immature.
お母さんの石頭。
After returning to the classroom, Hikari frustratingly spat insults from her seat. Saya and I simply stood by her, unable to find the right words. Hikari's mom might have been stubborn, but I still felt a little jealous. Jealous of having a family you could speak to like that.
どうするひかり。お母さんなんか知らない。私もう家には帰らない。家出するの？
Don't be stupid! She'd get even more mad!
いいもん。今日からあの秘密の天文台に住むから。そしたら一晩中星を見放題だよ。ひかり。
She put on a relieved looking face, but it was clear she was forcing herself. It must have been frustrating for your mother to not understand something you were genuinely passionate about. The bell rang and Sensei came into the classroom.
はいはい、席について。
Everyone rushed to their seats. We stood and bowed like every morning. While we do so, the door in the back opened and the guardian reservedly entered. We were a class of not even 20, so the parents were few as well. Everyone smiled and waved upon finding their family.
さや。
お母さん。
Saya looked shocked after seeing the woman who quietly entered the classroom. Among the parents lined up on the back wall, she was especially young and pretty. Even though she wasn't tall, she looked slender. Maybe because she was thin and had good fashion sense. Her clothes were decidedly modern and not gaudy at all, leaving a stylish impression, and conveyed her excellent taste. The kids in our class also stole glances at her unconsciously.
きれい。
あの人、天の川さんのお母さんかな？
さやちゃんも大人になったらあんな風になるのかな。
おいあれ、どう見ても母ちゃんじゃなく姉ちゃんだろ。
You smooth talker. Saya got a little embarrassed overhearing everyone's comments.
来てくれたんだ。
Her happiness at the mom she was so proud of coming to see her showed in her expression. She had talked about how she might not have been able to come because of work. Seeing Saya like that kind of made me feel warm as well. In contrast to Saya's mother-daughter relationship, that was Hikari's, Their fight from earlier still dragged on. Neither looked at the other and maintained their sour faces. Our strategy of Saya and I pleading with her had failed gloriously. I was a little worried that we did something bad to Hikari.
はいはい。みんな、前を向いて。
Sensei clapped and drew everyone's attention to her while students grew restless at the new atmosphere in the classroom.
3時間目は理科の授業ですね。今日どんなことをするか、みんなには言ってあったわよね。ちゃんと準備はしてきましたか？
Students raised their hands with an energetic yes, ma'am. Parents watched with a tad of concern, not knowing what was about to begin. Looking around at the students, confirming no one was looking down or anything, Sensei nodded with satisfaction.
大丈夫そうね。では、始めていきましょうか。特別授業、宇宙についての発表会を。
Satome gave us one piece of homework for today's Parents' Day. Research something about space. As long as it was related to space, anything would work. Planets or celestial bodies, space itself, the way people in the past imagined it, or something more specific. We decided on a theme, looked into it, and then would present in front of everyone. Everyone, has these little, small presentations about children's stories about space, and then just Octo, Sai, and Hikari just walked to the front like actual chads and hold this huge actual scientific presentation about the fucking moon phases or something, or solar winds. And all the students just look like, what the fuck is going on? And the parents are even more confused. We could do it individually or with a group. I formed a group with Hikari and Saya, along with the observation party for Comet Guys, and this was our specialty. We were bent on absolutely not losing here.
じゃあ、こっちの列から行きましょうか。
私たちからだ。緊張する。落ち着いていこう。
The presentations began. Usually when this kind of homework came up, there was at least one student who didn't prepare anything. But this class was different. Even Takaichi seemed to actually put something together with his usual followers. Everyone had done the homework properly. The people who couldn't handle it on their own joined groups. The reason we could get up in front of their guardians without any embarrassment was thanks to Sao Tome watching over everyone. Our presentation about space progressed smoothly.
こうして宇宙で生まれたメダカは地球へ帰ってきた後も卵を産み、世代を重ねて元気に暮らしているのでした。
はい、よくできました。
Applause was the loudest round of applause so far today.
中メダカとは竹のくせにいい目の付けどころだな。
The only Medaka I know is Medaka Box. If you know what I mean.
楽しい発表だったね。
Hikari and Saya whispered to each other at the arrival of Takichi's surprise ambush.
宇宙という広いテーマの中で、メダカという小さな大罪に着目したのはよかったわ。花丸よ。
やったぜメダカ母ちゃん。
She probably didn't think her son would be praised that much. Takechi's mom was almost moved to tears from the intense shock. He's not an idiot. The presentations continued on with unique topics like astronauts, constellation myths, Galileo Galilei, and Martians. Martians! Since the formation of the Mikazuki Village Astronomy Club, we had thought we were the #1 experts on space. But with so much we knew nothing about before our presentations, we could almost hear our confidence crumbling. Hikari and Saya's expressions went somewhat dark.
では、次はほうき星さんたちのグループね。
Hikari stood up, stiff as a board from nervousness. Her mom watched on in suspense. What's with the gloomy face? We gotta show them we're the best! Fight! And all that. The three of us stood in front of the blackboard.
私たちは
Her voice cracked under the nervousness and a small chuckle
あの
arose.
子は本当にもう。
光、落ち着いて。わかってる。
Why does that remind I had no idea what presentation it was. I remember holding a presentation once that was supposed to be, that we were told, okay, this presentation is supposed to be like 3 to 5 minutes. My presentation was 10 minutes over. So if overall 50... Actually, no, I think it was like about 50 minutes and I almost wasted the entire lesson. I think that's what it was.
私たちは彗星について調べてきました。皆さんは彗星が何かご存知でしょうか？
There was a slight stir among everyone listening.
出るよそのくらい。
ほうほう、ちょっとメダカで褒められたからって自信満々だね。じゃあ答えてもらおうじゃないの、竹市くん。
でっかい隕石だよ。
はいブー。無か。隕石は地球に降ってきたものを言います。流れ星が燃え尽きずに地上付近まで落ちてきたら隕石と呼ばれるわけです。彗星はもっとずっと遠く宇宙を飛んでいます。水金地間木。
While Hikari spoke facing everyone, I set up the telescope in silence and say I drew a diagram on the blackboard.
このように彗星のことを誤解している人は多いと思います。ずっと昔の人なんか彗星をほうき星って呼んで不吉の象徴だとか言ってました。私はほうき星光ですが失礼な話です。
A small laugh rose from her little joke. You're doing good, Hikari?
彗星が来ると地球に毒ガスが蔓延するとか5分間くらい空気がなくなるとか、そんなデタラメを信じる人もいたり。でも違います。そういうのは全部迷信です。
A few of the parents made shocked faces at Hikari's declaration.
彗星というのは宇宙を飛んでいる小天体でガスをまとっているもののことを呼びます。隕石のように地球に降ってきていると思ってしまうのは多分この見た目のせいでしょう。
Hikari showed a photo of a comet she had prepared to everyone. It was the usual shape of a comet flying through the night sky with a tail trailing behind.
大気圏で燃える隕石とよく似ていますが、彗星が飛んでいる場所は宇宙なので空気はありません。じゃあどうして尾を引いているのかは後で説明するとして、では この彗星はどこから来るのでしょうか？
After teasing the listener's interest, Hikari looked behind her. A diagram of the solar system our best artist, Saya, had drawn was complete.
この図は太陽系を簡単にまとめたものです。中心にあるのは太陽。
She pointed to outside the window as she spoke. It was clear today and the sun was rising high in the sky.
その周囲を惑星が回っています。私たちがいるこの地球も惑星の一つです。
Parents listening made sort of serious faces.
皆さん、冥王星が太陽系の端っこだって思ってたんじゃないですか？実は違うんです。
The parents making serious faces are actually flat earthers. Or no, they're still believing that the Earth is the center of the universe.
その外側にあるのがエッジワース・カイパーベルト。ここです。
So I pointed to her
ここ
drawing.
は惑星になれなかった小天体たちが集まっていると言われています。言われているというのはまだ本当のところは分かっていないためです。そしてさらにと外側、太陽系の果てには雲が。
Oops. Hikari-Route and explaining things suddenly choked up.
雲なんだっけ。
The Oort cloud. I quietly whispered in her ear.
そうオールトの雲が広がっています。この一番外側のところです。オールトの雲はさらにたくさんの小天体が太陽系の一番外側を公転しているだろうと言われていまして、やっぱりまだ実証はされてません。で、彗星の話に戻りますが、このオールトの雲やエッジワース・カイパーベルトが彗星の故郷だって言われています。何らかの理由で公転軌道を外れた小惑星が地球のそばまで飛んできたものが彗星になるんです。こんな具合に。
Hikari drew a curve through the diagram of the orbit of a comet coming from the Oort cloud. It was haphazard, but it would probably serve to help everyone imagine. We took a momentary breath. We were slightly worried about whether everyone was following our difficult explanation.
太陽系ってあんなに広いんだ。ねえ、知らなかった。
Thanks to the thorough diagram, it seems everyone accepted this image of the solar system that exceeded their own. From there, we took turns explaining things like how a comet's coma was formed, their cycles, and what they were made of, while adding things to the images. Sai and I occasionally corrected Hikari when she messed up. It was difficult to read about, but we talked about it in a scope we could understand the best we could, so we think it was fairly easy content.
そして近日点を通過したとき、やっと彗星に立派な尾が生えるんです。
A cold, hard, dirty snowball. Students and guardians all listened in silence as we explained the gas of the coma when it melted and the two tails that formed. Everyone probably misunderstood and thought comets flew with those tails behind them all the time. They do not. What was it again? One tail is always away from the sun.
彗星の尾は太陽に近づくと発生するので、近日点の前にも出ています。でも大抵は薄くて肉眼では見えにくいそうです。私の髪も近日点を過ぎたら立派なツインテールになるかな。
Classroom laughed from Hikari's mutterings, playing with her hair behind Saya as she explained. Hey, shut it.
ごめんさや。
With Saya's turn over, Hikari went up front again.
彗星にはいろんなのがいます。短い期間で太陽の周りをぐるぐる回ってる子や、一度飛び出していったら二度と戻ってこない子も、明るい子や暗い子、小さいのや大きいの。そうだ、ホームズ彗星なんてすごいんだよ。核が割れて大量のガスを吹き出して、そのガスがものすごーく広がって太陽より大きくなっちゃったことがあるんです。
Hikari remembered and added that on.
一時的にだけど、ホームズ彗星は太 太陽系で一番大きな天体になっちゃったの。
It was Hikari's favorite bit from what we had researched. Everyone listened with deep interest upon the sudden large-scale information that Hikari threw
あ
out.
とはニート彗星。いるんですね、彗星にも。うちのばあちゃんが言ってました。働かざる者食うべからずって。
Hikari was being serious, but everyone took it as a joke and laughed. While I laughed along, looking at all the parents, I noticed.
どうしたの、あっくん。
Oh, nothing. The door in the back was left open, but on the other side was an old man looking this way. Oh, his Gramps showed up! My grandpa, he really came. I thought he definitely wouldn't show up, so shock and confusion came up first. But soon after, happiness slowly welled up inside me, which just bewildered me again.
そして我らが外装彗星。皆さんテレビで見てご存知ですよね。
I wonder how long this presentation has been going for at this point. Like it's just the first half of the fucking lesson, or everyone else, and then they just start. By choosing comments as our theme, we had the goal of prepping everyone with prior knowledge before our observation party. We also thought everyone would have fun listening to our presentation with interest in Comedy Geisen.
地上から肉眼で見えるほど明るくなる彗星を肉眼彗星と呼んだりするんですが、外村彗星は久しぶりの肉眼彗星です。太陽にすごく近づくので、昼間でも見えるくらい明るくなるって言われてます。私たちはその外村彗星をあの天体望遠鏡で。
Hikari turned to the telescope I set up.
私たちの秘密兵器で観測しようと思っています。本で読んだことが本当かどうか確かめるために。
And now with resolve, and Sai replied
以
enthusiastically.
上で私たちのグループの発表はおしまいです。
Hikari wrapped things up, and the three of us bowed. Silence. Silence filled the classroom for a while.
あれ？
Feeling insecure, we looked up. The applause came late.
何？
Oh! Satome smiled at us, but we were still perplexed as to what the applause meant.
よくできました。本当に頑張ったわね。
We understood with Sensei's words. No one imagined that we'd take our presentation that far. They were applause of amazement and praise. Sensei pulled us back when we tried to return to our seats in embarrassment.
まだここにいて。
は？
みんな、本当に素晴らしい発表だったわ。どれもユニークだし、宇宙の楽しさが伝わってくるようでした。
Applause rose again along with Sensei after she spoke. Everyone in class was shy yet proud.
ところで、さっきほうき星さんがとっても大切なことを言ってくれたわ。
何？ひかりちゃん何か言ったっけ？
太陽よりでかくなったってとこじゃねえか。
Sensei spoke up after looking at everyone's responses.
本で読んだことが本当かどうか確かめる。今回の宿題でみんないろんなことを本やインターネットで調べたと思う。たくさん勉強になったわね。
Everyone nodded. They probably put in a ton of enthusiastic effort into their projects.
でも、できればそれを実際に体験してみてほしいの。本で読んだことは知識になるけど、体験を通して学ぶことはもっともっと深くたくさんのことを教えてくれるから。
宇宙メダカなんて俺たちには育てらんねえよ。
そうね。その場合は普通のメダカを育ててみるというのはどうかしら。本で読んだ宇宙メダカとの違いや同じ部分を確かめるの。きっともっと多くのことが見えてくるはずよ。
なるほど。
With what she wanted to say, somewhat expressed to everyone, Sensei turned to the parents in the back.
ほうき星さんたちが話した通り、今度クラスで外村彗星の観測会を開こうと思います。
She She should have contacted them already, so they all nodded like they
夜
knew.
中ですし、授業外ですので参加は自由です。ですが、できるだけ参加させてあげてください。今日発表した内容、子供たちが本やインターネットから自分の力で調べたことが本当なのかどうか、実際にその目で見て観測するチャンスなんです。それはきっと、ただの知識を超えた体験として、子供たちの心に残ることでしょう。私も引率として付き添いますので。
I heard voices among the parents saying, well, if the teacher says so. Not letting the opening escape, Sensei gave a sweet
よろ
smile.
しくお願いしますね。
So the parents' day ended. The parents quickly left the classroom when class ended. Everyone would probably talk about it at home today.
うまくいったね。
You guys think we got first prize? I usually never say stuff like that out loud, but I let it slip while filled with pride. The other two started grinning, looking a bit sheepish.
まあ、そうなんじゃない？先生も褒めてくれたもんね。
Even the humble Saya didn't seem to be able to restrain herself. Takeichi didn't look ready to acknowledge us after being praised for his space Mitaka, though.
悔しいけど、あいつらの発表も認めざるを得ないね。いい勝負だった。
I think today's presentations were a good incentive for the Mikazuki Astronomy Club. We didn't know a thing about space, and we realized that there were still tons of interesting things to discover.
ひかりちゃん。
A girl from class called out to Hikari.
何？呼んでるよ。
Hikari's mom quietly waved her over from across the door.
何よ、お母さん。
Hikari went over to her, completely forgetting about their fight before class from the tension and excitement of the presentation. Sai and I trailed behind her.
驚いたよ、あんた。
She stared at her daughter as if she were someone from the past seeing a television for the first time.
うちの子が先生に褒めてもらえるような発表をするなんてね。
なんか微妙に失礼だな。それ本人を前に言うこと？
Hikari huffed retortedly.
いや、あんた、クラスで一番しっかりしてたって、他のお母さん方からも言われたんだよ。
まあね、あのくらい当然だよ。だってあたしら、三日月天文クラブだもん。
Hikari made a stuck-up face that didn't suit her, but her mother nodded repeatedly, deeply
本
impressed.
当だったんだね。ちゃんと勉強してるって。あんなこと言って悪かったよ。
まあ、私も悪かったし。宿題せずに遊びに行って。
Sai and I listened from behind while I thought about how Hikari was definitely in the wrong there.
許してあげるよ。そのクラブやるの。
本
ああ、ちゃんと勉強をするならね。
Yeah! Seeing us instinctively take each other's hands in happiness, Hikari's mom continued strangely muttering things in disbelief at her daughter.
アキトくんとさやちゃんだったね。
は？
いろいろ言って悪かったよ。きっと、あんたたちのおかげなんだろうね。あの秋っぽい光が続けてられるのは。
Sai turned red and I turned red and looked down, unsure of how to
こ
respond.
れからも遊んでやってね。うちのこと。
Yes! Yes, that's better. We nodded without hesitation.
それじゃ、帰るわね。しっかり勉強してくるんだよ。先生に迷惑かけるんじゃないよ。
She didn't follow that one. uh. She gave a warm and motherly smile, then left, still muttering in disbelief. Must have been quite a shock. Like, what the fuck is wrong with my kid? And so our comet guys and observation party could be safely held, and Hikari's outing ban was lifted. Thanks to our space research homework, the class's seal rose even higher than before. They could see comet guys in majestic form. Everyone would fall in love with the stars for sure. Upon the day of the event, with our motivation at its peak, however, a tragedy occurred. Cloudy. Or did it fly into the sun? I think it would have done something more spectacular if it actually flew into the sun. Thank you very much. I've gotten rusty with my working hours lowered. Quietly lament the decline in my ability to pack bags quickly, yet respectfully, while seeing off the customers. Yamada was off today, so I was in charge of the store.
空ミクもういいよ
Yep, got it! The cameras came out a little earlier than the switching time. Took off and folded the apron. I can come in tonight as well.
そうかい無理しなくていいんだよ
It's been months since I can do my job here, so let me push it a little at least.
そうだねじゃあ頼むよ
Alright. Well then, good work today.
はいよお疲れさん
Hikari! Feeling unsatisfied with my short shift, I went back to my room, but I couldn't spot the one who should have been here. Should have been there. Sensei? I faced the hallway and called out, but there was no reply. Sensei!
何ようるさいわね
Honest to God, I just wanted to just look out the room. Miano! Miano! Then from inside his room. But what? You're so loud. Why the fuck are you in here? You know where Hikari is? Thought for sure that she got dragged into playing with her, but it didn't seem like it.
あの子ならどっかに忘れ物したって出てったわよ
Forgot something? Peeking into the train car from the abandoned platform, I could see a figure. So you see it like I thought. When she went out these past few days, it was either Si's place or here. Kari was there when I went inside. She was reading some kind of magazine on the seat while the evening sun shone through the window. She faced the old, faded pages with a serious expression, like she was looking at something she wasn't supposed to. Didn't look like she noticed me at all. Is that the porn he hid? She was that engrossed.
そうだったのうわやだ何これ
Hey, stop reading porn mags. Jump. The porn mag fell from her lap when she leaped up in shock.
びっくりした
I thought you weren't gonna come home. What are you even doing here? I picked up the porn mag as I spoke. Kari objected with a red face after regaining some composure.
エロ本なんか読んでないよ
Astronomy Guide, Comet Geist, and Special Issue. It wasn't a porn mag, but a fairly old astronomy
どう
magazine.
いう勘違いよ
Do you always look like that when reading an astronomy magazine by yourself?
ほっといてよいいでしょどんな顔して読もうがちょっとデリケートな内容だったからおっかなびっくりになっちゃっただけだもん
It was definitely delicate. Flipped through the pages, buying her explanation. The thing you forgot?
もう見つかった
She displayed her gloves that were rolled into one. You forgot your gloves in that cold? She probably left them here during yesterday's meetup. Acting exaggeratedly annoying, I sat next to her. I chose to squeeze next to her rather than take the opposite seat because I thought it would be warmer to stick close. As planned, I could feel more of Hikari's heat from the cold around us. Hikari turned her gaze outside the foggy windows, discontented. Orange light shone through. It was probably glaring. It was pretty nostalgic. Where'd you find this book?
ガラクタ入れに入ってた
We got rid of stuff we didn't need when we cleaned our secret observatory with the Six Stars Club to make it usable. But we did it with everyone, so there were quite a few things we couldn't judge. We threw those into a box together. I turned the worn-out cover. There were things like predicted orbit path of Comet Geist and introductions to comets observed in the past. We were really fired up back then. Everyone in class had hopes too.
裏切られた。
Hikari's eyes glazed over at remembering that particular instant. But you were still reading this?
あの時の悔しさがどんなものだったか思い出そうと思って。
It wasn't possible not to compare Comet Alka to the fate of Comet Geisen as it neared the perihelion. Everyone was just keeping from putting such an ill-omened imagination into
あの
words.
時はほんと落ち込んだよ。
She looked outside the window as she signed those words. She must have been able to see the comet that vanished without a trace. Did it fly into the sun? Was I actually right with that joke? The Comet Geisen passed the perihelion. Excitement in the class was at its peak.
あ、バカ光。
Rude. Very rude. Extremely rude, even.
何よタケ、やる気？
今日だよな、外村彗星。
うん、そうだよ。昼休みに観測会やるからね。
へっへ、俺一番乗りするもんね。お前らより先に見てやる。
Plan was to hold the morning portion of the observation party during our afternoon break.
し。言ってるといいわ。私はその前の休み時間にこっそり見に行くもんね。光が悪そうな笑い方してる。
Comet Geisen was on the lips of everyone who came to school.
楽しみだね、彗星。
Oh boy! Prepare to be disappointed! That morning, even the group of girls who had never cared much for events like these was buzzing.
ねえ、あんた誰にあげるの？私
What?
秘密。あんたは？私は別に誰にもあげるつもりは。あ、今空見くんの方見てたよね。見てないよ。変なこと言わないで。そうなんだ。空見くんのこと。違うったら、もう。どうしたのさや、そわそわしちゃって。なんでもない。
Bell rang and Sensei entered.
起立。礼。
Takechi, on morning duty, ordered our greeting, then we took our seats.
先生、今日だね。
Before class began, Hikari energetically spoke up. Everyone looked at Sensei, chests puffed out in anticipation. Sensei was going to come to the morning portion as well.
なんだか今日の先生、お財布でも落としたのかな？
The class gradually began to stir. Our teacher, who always smiled even during tough times or went down with a cold, was silent with a grim expression. Students who loved her, even though they said some cheeky things at times, started to become genuinely worried.
先生、どうかし。
みんなに伝えないといけないことがあります。
Oh, that's a cutie. Sensei cut Hikari off and spoke. Her tone was heavy and painful.
先生？
何かあったのかよ。
蒸発しました。
Huh? Question marks popped up above everyone's heads. But the worst possible thought floated into mine.
外村彗星は蒸発してしまいました。
She lowered her head like a CEO apologizing for a scandal at a press conference. Your child! How do you know that? Everyone went silent, unsure of what that meant.
太陽に接近しすぎた外村彗星は蒸発してなくなっちゃいました。
So it is basically what I said. Like, it didn't quite fly into the sun, but it got too close. What? Cries of shock and disappointment shook the small wooden school building. God, he shouted loud. Saya was stricken with a silent despair. He stood up and but couldn't produce a voice and just stood there dumbfounded.
なので、今日のお昼の観測会はなしで。
夜は
Sensei shook her head gravely. It was just like a doctor telling a bereaved family that they did all they could. You're a child! How do you know that?
そんな
Saya tottered and put her hands on the desk, about to fall over. Looking carefully, the other girls actually had the same reaction.
そんなひどいよあんまり
Their aghast expressions, like they had been betrayed, were more profound than even the guys'. I wonder why. Hikari clung to her.
わかるよその気持ち
The other girls started to cry as well, taken in by Saya. The classroom was wrapped in a bizarre air. Even Sensei gave up and we couldn't start the morning meeting or first period until the girls had stopped crying. Chaos. Tape. Where to put it? Someone take it. I'm looking for the tape because I'm trying to fix this a bit more into place. But I can't find it for some reason. It's just gone. Vanished into the ether. Apparently. Either that or I'm just blind. I'm more tempted to believe it's the second option. Now I'm just blind again. Wouldn't be the first time. Is that why is that a lemonade bottle? I don't even drink lemonade. How did it get down here? What the fuck? Guys, some jackass apparently just went down here, drank some lemonade, and just just put the empty glass bottle on the ground over there. Because I don't drink lemonade. It's fucking weird. Comet Geisen, the one that shook the astronomy world, was to become the first great comet in a while. The disappointment of the century. That's what it came to be called. That comet that strung us around, built our expectation, then just disappeared, was, in a sense, carved deeply into our memories.
ほんとがっかりだったよね
Gotti grumbled with a wry smile. Thinking on it now, the probability it would have ended up like that was pretty high. It was even written in the guide here, so we must have noticed. It was a third the size of Handy's comet, yet would also get extremely close to the sun. If anything, it was probably wishful thinking to assume it wouldn't evaporate. Thanks to that incident, we had never had another observation party with the class. Probably because they hated being let down. The class's enthusiasm for astronomy fell below what it was before the comet. And everyone ended up dodging the topic of stars. That didn't change up to the end of 6th grade. Gotti suddenly looked gloomy.
ほんと言うと私もちょっと星を見るのが嫌になりかけてた期待して裏切られるのってほんときついよね
Gotti took my hand and rubbed it dearly.
でもアキトが言ってくれたんだよ
Did I say something?
覚えてないのもう
Why is that coat hanger so fucked up? Hikari puffed her cheeks out and pouted. I actually did remember it was so embarrassing I was just pretending I forgot. What I said to Hikari after that, well, she must have was depressed. Whoops. Man, that was fun. Man, comet observation was a
ど
blast.
こがよ全然つまんなかったじゃん
You think so? We were all smiles while laying out our plan, though.
笑ってた もそれは彗星が見られるって思ってたからで。
Dear Good Friends is such a good soundtrack. We barely hear Stargaze in this, sadly. What'd be boring? As if the stars only moved exactly how... It'd be boring if the stars only moved exactly how we expected them to. We don't know what'll happen, that's why astronomy is fun, right? Even Kotaro had an epiphany. Back to planetary observation then, right? Same breed to date. I'll call Saya later too. See ya.
バイバイ。何が起こるかわからないから面白いのか。いやー、しびれたね。自分も落ち込んでるくせに励ましてくれてさ。見え見えのぶっきらぼうさがまた可愛いんだ。
Hikari snickered as she remembered. Yes, that's what happened. I feigned innocence with that same curtness from my childhood. Hikari looked at that side of me
い
lovingly.
つもそうだったよね。私がくじけそうな時、励ましてくれるんだ。アキトといると、私って案外か弱い女の子なんだなーって思うよ。こんな姿見せられるの、あんただけだね。
She rested her head on me. She was probably hiding her face in embarrassment. I did cheer her up back then, but the reason for that, it was different than she thought. Would Hikari lose her interest in the stars with the disappearance of Comet Geisen? It was the same anxiety as after the observation party with Albireo. I was afraid of that, desperate. I was trying to hold on to her heart. Because I loved watching the stars with her. I loved Hikari, even though I wasn't aware of it at the time. Hikari? Obeying my stirred emotions, suddenly building inside, I embraced her.
苦しいよ。
She's so cute, aren't you?
はい？なんで急に怒られなきゃいけないの？
Always running ahead of you on your own, stringing everyone along, yet still so delicate and easy to hurt. I really love you, Hikari.
私も好き。
She replied as best as she could while half squished as I embraced her with all my might from my overflowing love. That was the highest level of expressing my love that I could manage right now. There was no other way beyond this. If there was one, maybe a kiss. Seems I was the only one who thought that.
しょった。
Hikari squirmed in my arms. Hey,
うん？
just where were you touching during such a nice moment? Hikari was rubbing my crotch in an incredibly unnatural position.
したくなっちゃった。
I didn't. We're supposed to be talking about the bittersweet memories of our childhood right now. I don't want to ruin such a nice atmosphere.
おかしいな。ここにあるんだよね、おちんちん。
When Hikari saw it, when it was fully erect. It seems when it wasn't, and when it wasn't in my pants on top of that, it was hard to tell it was there just by touching. They really have such little presence.
まあいいや。
She kissed my neck while rubbing my crotch. Hey, what are you doing?
その気にさせないとだから。
No, listen,
したいんだもん。お願い、アキト。しよう。
Oh boy. Oh man. Oh god. Help. No. I spoke firmly. Hikari glared at me with displeasure.
いいもん。実力行使だから。
Hey! With that, she started to undo my belt. Oh, just straight up this. Yep, it is very flaccid. Oh, she actually is wearing a skirt with that outfit. I forgot about that. Anyway, see you after the sex scene. Okay, the sex scene is over. What a music to come on after the sex scene. Yeah, the evening sun was setting towards the mountains. If you didn't head home soon, it'd probably get dark. Hikari, hurry up. Hikari trudged out of the train car in silence, red in the face. She wasn't naturally holding her butt with her hand.
お股がスースーするよ。
She's not wearing underwear. That's because you wet your panties so much we had no way to dry them.
アキトがあんな風にいじったり食い込ませたりするからでしょうが。
She fidgeted in embarrassment, much different from her high spirits when we were having sex. So Hikari was currently pantyless at the moment. Whoosh.
股間が涼しい。
Well, down your skirt so the wind doesn't flip it up.
おお。
We started down the mountain with that stupid development. We'll take a bath once we're home, so bear with it until then.
このままじゃ下半身から風邪ひいちゃいそうだよ。
We weren't aware at the time. What was happening in space? What was happening to Comet Alkid as it grew exceedingly close to the sun? I don't know what's gonna happen. The day that news was brought to us was the night of the New Year's Eve. I received it while working at the register during Sao Tome's customary late-night hours for New Year's. Before even being happy, he let out a sigh of relief.
どうしたの？
Hikari, who was helping out at the store for being here rent-free, noticed my sign, came over. I showed her my phone screen without a word.
よかった。
She untensed her body and put her hands on the counter. Guess congratulations are in order.
だね。
何？もう合格発表来たの？
Sensei looked at our demeanor with no intention of actually helping her at the store. There hasn't been a single day these past few where I didn't remember that day.
私も多分同じ瞬間のこと言ってると思う。
外村彗星は蒸発してしまいました。
You could say Sensei's grave expression was traumatically engraved in us. That had been rewritten. What we were looking at on my phone was the National Observatory website. Comet Alkid has safely passed the perihelion. What happened, Sensei?
おめでとうございます、先生。
ありがとう。
Sensei took out the celebratory words with a question mark floating above her head, still not knowing what was going on. Mine and Hikari's phones went off at nearly the same time.
さやからだ。ニュース見た？無事通過したって。今見た。まずは一安心かね。
I'm not celebrating until I see the comet with these eyes. Don't celebrate yet. Don't get your hopes up. If it evaporated or something in that moment, it'd be a disaster. No one could predict what would happen to a newly discovered comet as it approached the sun. And so the night of New Year's Eve grew late. The New Year came and several days passed.
皆様、
This what?
明けましておめでとうですわ。
I strangely did not like that transition. Why were we just all up in her face? Boom.
おめでとうございます。明けましておめでとうございます、白鳥さん。
外をご覧になりました？なんて素晴らしいお天気なのかしら。
新年からテンション高いな。
すみません、皆さん。白鳥先輩、お店にご迷惑ですよ。あら、これは失礼いたしました。
No worries. It's good profit for us, so it's okay. Okay. Looked around at the members all assembled in the cafe corner.
や
Open
っ
his
ほー
heart.
姫さん、遅かったじゃん。
お久しぶりです、白鳥さん。
明けましておめでとうございます。
皆様、ごきげんよう。外をご覧になってください。あの素晴らしい晴天を。
もう見てるよ。ここからだって見える。来る途中にも見えたし。
Fuck. Surrounding the table in the back were the original members of the new Six Stars Club that Shiratori arrived. With the table a bit closer to the front.
お久しぶりーす先輩。いや、うるさいよ川中島。明けましておめでとうございます白鳥先輩。
One year below them, at the same age as Hikari and I, the alumni stood around the seats looking nostalgic.
ごきげんよう。まるで同窓会会場ね。賑やかでいいじゃない。
It wasn't just alumni gathered here.
明けおめ姫ちゃん。
どうもこんにちは。
明けましておめでとうございます。本年もどうぞよろしくお願いします。
おめでとう皆さん。
Korona and the current generation of members were here too. Plus one outside the club.
あきとコーヒーくれ。
I just gave you more.
いやだって間が持たねえんだもん。
星に興味ないくせに官房会にくっついていこうとするからよ。
俺だってなるえちゃんとロマンチックな夜過ごしてんだ。
だからみんなの前で名前で呼ぶんじゃないの。
Everyone was heading to the lodging house from here. The objective was, of course, Comet Alcat. The thing hosted by Shiratori that Shino had talked about before. Seems Korona and the others ended up accompanying them as well. By the way, why choose the store to meet up at? It was good for business, but I wondered if something was up with all these familiar faces gathering in the morning.
そんなの決まってるわ。
みんなが知ってる場所だし。
暖かい喫茶スペースがあって。
ここだと各校出身者も比較的集まりやすいですよね。
我々はもう引退した身ですし、卒業生もいらっしゃいます。名工天文部の部室というわけにもいきませんので。
Listening to everyone's stated reasons, Shiratori shook her head dissatisfied.
違います。あなた方が一緒にいらっしゃらないとおっしゃるから。
Us? The period was the fault of Hikari-sai and I.
せっかくみんなが集まる機会なのに。
It was pretty cute that Shiratori pouted her cheeks when angry, despite being older. Hikari looked the other way while stomping on my foot. Seems I stirred up her bitter maiden's heart in some way.
そうだぜ空見。一緒に行こうぜ。
Nope, well, we can't have exams. Kajima already had a job laid out. Tachi once did, so things were lax in that area.
豊田はどうなるんだよ。
ギリギリまで迷ってたんだけどね。オルコット彗星の状況を聞いて。わーわーわーわー。何ほうき星さん。
You're avoiding information. Hikari nodded a couple
この目で
times.
観測したいんだよね。
Shiratori beamed at our exchange.
あなた方の星への熱い思いはあの頃と変わっていないのね。はい、まあ。なんで手を握るんですか？
すいません。先輩ひかりさんたちに久しぶりに会えて、ちょっと舞い上がってるんです。
ああ、年を超え開校したあの星が変わらぬ輝きを放っていることの喜び、安堵。
先輩。
She looked like she was about to break into song with Hikari in hand.
離れていても見上げる空は同じ。むつら星の会に栄光あれ。
賑やかですね。
What the fuck are you doing here? A middle-aged man who came into the store suddenly called out to us. Morita!
こんにちは皆さん。
Everyone greeted him back at the same time like kids. Well, we were, I guess. Something happened.
あの人を迎えに来たんですよ。放っておくといつまでも家から出てきませんからね。
Sensei! He yelled into the back of the store.
何よ。
森田さん。
あなたはまたそんなだらしのない格好をして。後輩たちの前ですよ。シャキッとしなさい。
いや、だって、私んちですし、ここ。
準備はできているんですか？
はい、まあ、一応。
じゃあ、行きますよ。
Where's he taking her?
もしかして就職先を紹介するのかな？
Both of them looked so excited.
そうかも。
Naru looked uncomfortable with her former students' beaming
あ
eyes.
んたたちと同じよ。彗星を見に行くの。
なんだ。 違うのか。
なんで勘違いされた挙句にがっかりされなきゃいけないのよ。
Sensei went to change while mumbling complaints. So you guys are watching it somewhere tonight?
もちろんです。この機会を逃すのは天文ファンとして一生の後悔になりますよ。
さすがは森田館長。その通りですわ。
Should have totally put your hands together and did a little happy
空見
dance.
くんたちも見るんでしょ？
Yes, though somewhere different from the others.
私たちの秘密の天文台で、あの頃の続きをするんだもんね。
Morita narrowed his eyes nostalgically, yet slightly enviously.
これはいい。楽しみましょう。夜空の星を。
Roll credits. Hi! Yes! He's got a nice jacket, though. He might be a bit of a jackass, but his jacket is very nice. After Miyaru was taken by Morita in their friend's car, the Six Stars Club grouped up outside with Yoshioka leading.
これから合宿所へ移動しますので、遅れずについてきてください。
楽しみだな。ブルル、むしゃぶるいがするね。
いよいよ外村彗星との因縁を断ち切る時です。
なるえちゃん、寒くない？ほら、俺のポケットに手入れなよ。
うん。ありがとう。すごい、ラブラブだ。いいなぁ。ねえ、のりちゃん先輩は彼氏できた？彼氏なんていないよ。
What a waste.
なんで？のりちゃん先輩可愛いのに。私なんて地味だし、もっさりしてるし、くせっ気だし、無理。ほうき星さんは空見くんとうまくいってるみたいね。受験のせいでラブラブ成分が不足してますがね。あと少しの辛抱だよ。受験頑張ってね。うん、頑張る。大学行ったら遊んでね、先輩。遊ぼう。
元気そうでよかったぜ。空見も豊田もよ。
You too, Kawanakajima.
僕はもう心身ともにボロボロだよ。今夜の官房会で英気を養って受験本番に備えないと。
ああ、そうしろそうしろ。一晩語り尽くそうぜ。
This
星
man's
々に
glasses
込めら
must
れ
be
た
all out of
ロマ
whack.
ンあふれるストーリーをよ。
それじゃ、行ってくるね、ピカリン、アッキニ。それから一応天の川先輩も。
行ってきます、部長。
光お姉様、玉木は行ってまいります。初めての泊まりがけの官房会へ。
Have a safe trip.
みんな気をつけてね。うん、吠えちゃダメだよ、コタちゃん。
コロナ、あんた吉岡ちゃんに面倒かけるんじゃないわよ。白鳥さんだけで手一杯なんだから。わかってるよ。コロナ、これでも会長なんだからね。皆さん、
Shitori, who was slowly moving ahead alone, noticed no one was following and waved her hand. She was already pretty small in the distance.
置いていってしまいますわよ。
白鳥先輩、待ってください。皆さん、参りましょう。
Everyone started moving in Yoshioka's direction. Shitori called out to us as we saw them off.
よい星見を、よい星見
Got a star viewing, do you? Ugh, freezing. I was waiting for the others outside with Kotaro after closing the store. As soon as I noticed his ears twitch, he got up and started barking. Sarah came running from the dim glow of the streetlight. Beyond her,
お待たせ。
Hikari appeared carrying some large luggage. You're so slow.
ごめん。女の子にはいろいろ準備があるのよ。
She had gone to play at Saya's house this afternoon. Yamada was off today, so I stood at the register for half the day. That was why we were meeting like this after closing
コタ
time.
ちゃん、なでなで。ねえ、コタちゃんも連れて行ってあげようよ。暖を取るのに良さそうね。
She casually said something so harsh. I don't mind, but be careful so he doesn't get lost.
わかった。一緒に行っていいって、コタちゃん。
Alright, let's head out. Carrying the telescope, borrowed binoculars, and our observation journal, we headed towards the abandoned station. Comet Alkid would rise around daybreak tonight. We would see it with our own eyes. You better give me Stargazer when the comet actually shows up.
使うかな?
Can't say, but just in case. If Comet Alkid had a tail, the small field of view of the telescope wouldn't be enough. But we wouldn't be able to observe small details with it, and we could look at our bodies until it rose. At other bodies until it rose. But we would be able to observe small details with it and could look at other bodies until it rose.
太陽とほぼ同じ方角から昇ってくるから、海側だね。
Hikari confirmed where the comet would probably rise up from. If it was from here, our vision was clear, and we wouldn't have to worry about things in the way. Our problem now was what to do until daybreak. Kinda hungry. As we could get food ready first. Hikari rose her hand vigorously.
はい、ほうき星さん。私、用意する。
She put down the huge luggage she had carried here. Huh? Alright, then please do.
あれ貸して、火が出るやつ。
I handed the portable stove I brought to her. She should know how to use it. Then
アキト君はあっちで休んでるといいよ。
Why?
いいから。
So I pushed my bag and banished me to the edge of the
コタ
platform.
ちゃん、あっくんの相手してて。
What the heck was that about? We couldn't do much about it, so I sat down close to Kotaro and gazed at the stars. They're so beautiful. We hadn't come since bringing Corona and the others here at the end of last year, so this was the first stargaze of the year. We spent our days brushing off the temptations of the twinkling stars from the window on clear nights until today. The night sky really is special. The diamond that climbed the sky to near its very peak brightened the crisp night sky. We're gonna have our fill of the night sky right up until morning. I petted Kotaro, who almost seemed to be saying, "I wouldn't have it any other way," and gazed at the countless twinkling stars among the moonless sky. I'd been waiting like this for quite a while. My body was starting to get chilly.
アキト君、お待たせ。
Saya pulled my arm to stand me up while I sniffled and answered half-heartedly, and took me to where Hikari was. Our late-night dinner was prepared there. This is... The derp in Saya's face occasionally is amazing. Oh! Honest to God, Odin was enshrined there. The thick steam coming off it brought forth intense relief from the freezing chill of the night, as if escaping hell and arriving in paradise. I had wondered what you were doing at Saya's place. She was making
お
this.
昼に作ったやつだから、きっと味がうんと染みてるはずだよ。
So you both made this?
私も少し手伝ったけど、作ったのは光だよ。
God fucking damn it. Anybody likes her.
どうや。
I sat in front of the pot and stared closely at the Odin. Among the soup that glistened yellow in the starlight were various ingredients soaking as if enjoying an open-air bath. It's almost perfect. Can I have some?
もちろんよ。あんたに食わせるために作ったんだから。はい、お皿。
So I handed me a paper bowl and disposable chopsticks. First, some radish, then chico and cognac. Thanks for the food.
ドキドキ。
Delicious. But they fucked up writing delicious. Ha ha, hot but delicious.
私たち
They
も食べようよ。
didn't.
おう、食べよう食べよ
They started eating their favorite bits with satisfaction.
う。おいしい。何これ、すっごい美味しいよ。ほんとだ。味染みてるね。私が作ったんじゃないみたい。
Beef sin was boiled to softness too. But the potatoes are so soft and fluffy, I can't stand it.
コタちゃんも、はい。暑いから冷まして食べるんだよ。
Once we started eating, we couldn't stop, and the pot was devoured in an instant. Finishing off the leftover soup, we finally let out a sigh. Humans are the only animals that can breathe through their mouths. Ah, that was good.
ごちそうさまでした。食べた。美味しかった。
Eating warm food when it's cold is something else.
ほんとだね。でも、味付けも良かったと思うよ。それは、さや先生のご指導のおかげです。
That warmed me right up.
私、汗かいちゃったよ。私も。よーし。この勢いで星を見るぞ。
I accidentally cut her off there. Whoops. You probably don't need gusto for that. I fought them with that dumbfounded tone. I pried open my eyes, feeling chilled. As I gradually awakened from my nap, a faint light emerged in the darkness. Cute breathing. I heard cute breathing right next to me. It was Saya. No, well, Hikari's breathing was cute too, but Saya was kind of like a small animal and like, why am I making excuses? Hikari? Couldn't hear Hikari's breathing. I waited until my eyes adjusted to dark more, but all I could see was Saya tucked in a sleeping bag and Kotaro curled at her feet. So that is where you were.
起きたんだ。
Kari was on the roof of the train car. She was looking at the starry sky alone, wrapped in a
なん
blanket.
か眠れなくてね。
I sat in the spot she opened up in the blanket to invite me in. She closed it tight to keep the cold out. They did something like this before too. Her thighs must be fucking freezing.
そうだっけ。
I couldn't tell if she was just playing dumb or if she really forgot. I had woken up from my nap and saw that Hikari wasn't there last time too. See anything?
綺麗な星と昔の私なんちゃって。
She joked, but then laughed awkwardly. Something worrying you? She contemplated for a bit, then shook her head.
強いて言うなら将来への不安かな。
The exam's right around the corner for us. That was our biggest
も
concern.
もかさんから年賀メールが来てたんだよ。
Yeah, me too. Former president of Keifu Academy's astronomy club, Hanae Momoka. She helped us a ton with this. She helped us with a ton of stuff during Project Starlight.
すごいよね。
Yeah. She included a report on her future prospects in the mail as well. She found a job at an optics manufacturer involved in making astronomical telescopes. Keifu was an engineering school and had bright students. Moving on to a technical profession probably wasn't rare. That kind of straight progress towards one's dream was blinding to those who lived in hesitation. Do you have a dream like that?
仕事にできれば毎日楽しいだろうなって思うことはある。
She deliberated as if confirming her own
け
feelings.
ど、
絶対そうなりたいってのはないかな。
She loved the stars. We didn't think we'd lose to Momoka in that regard. But whether we would turn that into a job was a different feeling. Her childhood dream was to be a train conductor.
はあ、言ってたね、そんなこと。
She giggled as if to say that might be good too. Then looked down
私
slightly.
ね、帰ってくるまで自分にとってこの場所がどんなに大切かよく分かってなかったんだ。アキトのこともサヤのことも忘れてなんてなかったし、でも帰る勇気は出せなかったんだよね。
You had to go abroad, then you had yourself set up as Komako. She responded with silence. You got Komako from the coma of a comet, didn't you?
今頃気づいたの？
She shook the two tufts on her head while laughing. I heard from Kono before, but you pretended to be a cool, quiet girl at school. Seemed to not like the phrasing of pretend and answered while pouting.
通信簿にいつも落ち着きがないって書かれてたからね。直そうと思ったの。
So that was it. And Miyaru would be happy to hear that after stubbornly writing that every semester.
ってのは嘘。
I slumped over. Seriously?
臆病になっちゃってたんだ。誰かと仲良しになるのに。
I almost asked if it was my fault, but swallowed my
もし
words.
さ、もしだよ。今アキトに振られたりしたら、私すごく傷つくよね。
I didn't know how to
でも
answer.
それは生々しいくらい血の通った痛みなんだよ。あの時のお別れはもっと冷たかった。
The night air picked up as if to convey the chill Hikari felt. I wanted to tell her I knew. I mean, I felt the same coldness.
まあ、それだけじゃないんだけどね。私、田舎育ちじゃん？三日月村じゃ、小さい子供からじいちゃんばあちゃんまで全員顔見知りで、ところが私は都会で、なんかノリが合わなくて、戸惑ってるうちに、ほうき星さんってクールだよね、なんて言われるようになってた。
Got it rough?
したよ、超した。聞かせてやりたいって思ったよね、あんたたちに。この私がクールだってよって。
If we heard that sign, I would probably have thought that she was just being
あの
stupid.
頃は特になんとも思ってなかったんだけど、今思い出すとさ、結構きつかったんだなって思う。
So all of this was behind that decision to stick with her dad and go overseas. That's not true. Now, right? Held her hand under the blanket.
うん。アキトがいて、サヤがいて、一緒に星を見る仲間がいる。おかげで昔の自分に戻れた。
I need to memorize exactly where I usually look through these glasses so I can more precisely pinpoint where the fuck I need to clean. Ah! I'm about to go upstairs and just hold it underwater.
この場所は私の原点で、大切な場所なんだなって。
She held my hand back.
アキトは星を見ない天文部員だったんでしょ？
I didn't really remember who I was before I reunited with Hikari. I was just too happy now. When I was the astronomer who never looks at the stars, I always felt somewhere in my heart that I wanted to return to the past. When I was a kid who lost everything, there was this girl who showed me that there were limitless possibilities. Lost her, and then I felt like I'd lost everything again. Didn't think about wanting to return to when my mom and dad were still here for some reason. Maybe because the deceased never come back. The accident was beyond my control. Hikari was different. She was alive, and I felt like I was the source of how things turned out like they did. But I felt like wishing to go back like that made me weak, and I turned away from astronomy. It was necessary. With no relatives, I had to do it with a life. I had to do it to live a strong life.
誰かな、その罪作りな女は。
It's you, Hikari.
おう
I don't pull back like that. It's embarrassing.
いやー、過大評価されてたんだなーって。
That finally fucking worked. Thank God. Yes, I just kissed the fucking tissue. That's how happy I am about finally having a clear vision again. She spoke apologetically. I grinned at her, then looked up at the night sky. Like hell I overestimated you. She went along and looked up. Showed me something that incredible. I saw it here, without a doubt. The bright night, Project Starlight. I filled the sky with the possibility to go back. All over Japan. But I still like we haven't made it back yet. The possibility is there, as long as we wished for it. That would be the same as it coming true. But something's off, you know. I'd been searching for the true nature of that discomfort this whole time.
もしかして、だから惑星観測ノートを完成させようって言い出したの？
Well, I guess so. A track to the future we envisioned back then. If we could get even a little close to it. If we could get back even a fraction of it. If we could fill that blank space.
私は、
Hikari suddenly spoke up with a desperate expression. Hikari?
私は、ずっとサヤになりたかった。いつもそばにいて、アキトと一緒に日常を過ごすの。つまんないことを話したり、何もすることがないのに一緒にいたり。だって昔はそうだったじゃん。アキトの一番そばは私の場所って思ってた。
Hikari? I've been going out for over a year now, but the days we met were always special days. We lived apart after all. For us students, it was practically a long-distance relationship. We usually met here. Sometimes I'd go to Hikari. Sometimes we met in the middle, but those days were all special. It was a little different from daily life. I want to feel closer to you too. I've always thought that. Like the days we spent in Mikazuki village. Being together was natural. Days we were apart were the special ones. That was the nature of that discomfort.
私、通い妻できるサヤが羨ましかったんだ。
So that's why he blurted out something ridiculous like wanting to stay with me.
押しかけ妻になっちゃったね。
I embraced her from inside the blanket. Her embarrassed smile and innocent cuteness was too much. Hikari? Our eyes met and we moved our lips together wordlessly when... A dog barked within the soundless night. A hasty voice followed, approaching it. Oh, she was watching. Hikari peeked below from the roof. Hikari was sticking her face out of the window.
何してるの？別に。起きたらアキトくんも光もいないから、どこ行ったのかなって思って。仲間外れにしたわけじゃないよ。わかってるよ。
Cold wind blew between the two of them.
もしかして聞いてた？ごめん。
It was just my guess, but she probably thought she was being left out, and as she went to climb the roof, heard our conversation, then went stiff and couldn't move.
いいんだよ。仲間外れだとか思ってないから。せっかくだし、二人っきりになるといいよ。私、コタちゃんと寝てるね。
I stretched my hand out with a sigh. Get up here. Other people aside, there's no point hiding things from you. Took my hand while mumbling.
ほら、おいで。寒かったでしょ。真ん中入れてあげる。
Hikari opened the space between her and I, but Saya just stayed without taking it. She went around to Hikari's side, then pushed her close to me.
何だって、あっくんの一番そばは光の場所なんでしょ。本当は早い妻になりたかった。
Hikari didn't shrink back from her
で
timidness.
ももう押しかけ妻だから。その方が私らしいでしょ。ほら、おいで。
She forced her into the space between us.
やっぱりこの方が収まりがいい。
She does not look happy about this seating arrangement. Saya looked at Hikari and I sulkily.
何なの私って。二人の子供みたいな扱いになってる？
さやたんみたいな可愛い娘欲しい。ねえ、アキト。
Too bad your daughter's gonna be a little brat like you were. Yeah, sure.
なんかやだこの会話。
I'm vaguely uncomfortable. Saya must have definitely felt like a kid watching their parents talk unreservedly about wanting more kids right in front of them. Eventually, returned to our usual positions. We kept our mouths shut and looked up at the sky. What time is it right now? That's Saya, right? Whoops. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
何時頃かな。
Saya suddenly asked, but no one answered. We weren't completely aware of how long we slept for after our nap. We looked at the position of the stars. The winter diamond sank in the western sky. In its place, the Big Dipper, extending from that, a majestic spring triangle ascended.
明け方にだいぶ近づいてるみたいだね。
Both the sun and the stars rose from the eastern horizon, then sank in the west. Peak of the winter stars had passed, and the spring stars now glimmered in the sky.
このまま。
Yeah, let's wait. We huddled together to ward off the cold like a bunch of mountain monkeys and gazed at the sky. We watched as the stars rotated away throughout the quiet night. It was occasionally accented by a shooting star. The appearance of the sky gradually changed little by little. The stars descended and new ones rose. The more they approached the tip of the sky, the brighter they shone. We simply watched idly. As the night chill assaulted my body heat, and the tips of my feet felt like they'd freeze, the crisp clarity of the sky created the illusion that I had been assimilated into it. Heat forming inside my body opposed that cold was like a star. The heat forming inside my body to oppose that cold was like a star burning among frigid space. If that was the case, then stars themselves may hold life. Whimsical fantasies like that welled up inside me.
もしあの時外村彗星が来ていたら、今こうして3人で彗星を待ったりしてなかったんだろうね。
Hikari said something equally as whimsical. Maybe so, who knows? The future would have probably changed, though. Saya commented at my grandiose answer.
待ってたかもね。もし外村彗星が来ていたら、
3人の並び方も違ってたかも。
どういうこと？
なんとなく思っただけ。
Yoshinonaka City below us was dark. To the point it reminded me of Project Starlight. Did the comet guys actually not burn out and evaporate in Saya's route? Is that gonna be the joke? Around the time daybreak grew near, the city slept in the darkness and the sky deepened. Before we could notice, the wind had stopped. It felt as if we were in a resting world where everything had frozen. Something like how the stars moved slowly must have been a lie someone made up. The world was always night, and the stars gathered in the sky just as we saw them. Day was just a dream people saw while sleeping. We occasionally awoke from that slumber and saw the truth that day. And saw the truth that day didn't exist in this universe. Hikari's voice suddenly spilled out while endless wild fantasies filled my mind.
あれ？どうしたの光？いや、ほら。
She pointed into the distance. Only emptiness expanded from the horizon.
ほら、あれだよ、あれ。なんだろう。
Saya narrowed her eyes towards where she pointed while she sounded tantalized. Something was dimly shining.
光の柱が立ってる。
When our eyes adjusted, sure enough, we saw a faint, distinct pillar of light. If there were people to see it with you, you might have thought it was a trick of the eye. If there weren't people to see it with you, you might have thought it was a trick of the eyes or some man-made light. But it wasn't. You know, after a while, that it wasn't a trick man-made at all, because its figure gradually appeared from beyond the horizon.
あれ、尻尾？
Hikari sounded astonished.
そうみたいだね。
Saya whispered as well, doubting her own eyes. I stared wordlessly. Beyond the edge of the land, Comrade Alcut's tail emerged bit by bit.
ちょっと、でかくない？
淡くて、ほとんど見えないところも含めると、すごい大きさだね。
We gazed at it as if it were a monster coming up from the ocean.
観測記録。そうだ、アキト。
Yeah, one sec! I hurriedly went down to grab the journal. Journal. The binoculars too. Hey, up and at him, Kotaro! The comet's here! Boof. I guess dogs really didn't have any interest in comets, or maybe it was just because I wasn't Saya. Kotaro curled up and went to sleep. It's even got one of those tails you're so into. Clamped back onto the roof again.
時間経過による見え方の変化もスケッチしておこう。
ああ、そうだね。時間は。
We recorded the long-awaited moment while flustered at its unexpected arrival. We sketched the shape of the tail standing on the horizon, its appearance, and the positions of nearby stars. As we did so, the comet gradually arose with the turning of the sky, until finally... Stargazer? I mean? Not Stargazer. Water. Gorgeous water. Oh, that fucked with my eyes. First off, that was fucking gorgeous. Second off, the unfocus there, the lack of focus there really fucked with my eyes. Also, it's not stargazers, so I'm slightly disappointed. It's probably the darkest time of the entire day. The comet far exceeded our expectations as it climbed through the thick darkness. It was massive, majestic, mystical. It was enough to make you think something like that floating in the sky couldn't be from this reality. Its tail extended in the opposite direction of the sun. At first, it was easy to mistake as growing behind the direction it was moving, but that was irrelevant. Its shape was due to radiation pressure and solar wind from the sun. Its dust trail, a tail of scattered particles, revolves around its own orbit path and fell behind the comet itself. That's why it curved. Its ion tail extended in a straight line opposite the sun, created from the influence of solar winds on particles that are heated and ionized by it. It could be zigzagged or broken in pieces as well. Confirming both tails clearly with the naked eye was difficult. But this was amazing. It was so overwhelming. Those simple-minded sentiments were all that came out.
尻尾から登ってくるって思ってなかったよ。そうだね。
Its tail extended on the opposite side of the sun, so of course a comet that came up from before daybreak would emerge tail first. That knowledge was obvious, but we couldn't visualize it. We didn't even think it would have such a magnificent tail in the first place.
あの尻尾が降らせる流星群を見られる日も来るのかな。
I wonder. Particles released from a comet had almost the exact same orbit. When the Earth passed through that orbit by chance, and those particles become countless shooting stars, it would become a meteor shower. The memory of a miraculous night. It was still vividly in our hearts, but that meteor storm was brought by that pillar of light we were seeing right now. Oh my god, is the meteor shower that you see in Hikari's after story from this meteor? Is that gonna be the thing?
それにしても大きいな。
Comet Alcott we observed last time was a small dark celestial body. Once it passed perihelion, it would probably be bright enough to see with the naked eye. We would be able to see its form distinctly if we used binoculars. Because of our avoidance of any information, that was the extent of our understanding. Comet Alcott had reached its closest approach to the sun, bathed in its extraordinary heat, transformed, and was now an outburst. That was why Toyota attended the camp, even if he had to throw aside his studying. It's just like Miura said.
本当にドラマチックなんだね。水星観測って。
At times, there were ones like Comet Geist that only built expectations just to evaporate. But if you looked at it from the long term, that was what made astronomy fun. It only made the impression of meeting a comet years later, like this, that much deeper.
これだからやめられないんだよ。
Kai stuck her chest out self-importantly for whatever reason. Seeing Comet Alcott's unbelievable intensity left us with a strange feeling of exaltation in the universe. Glorious pillar of light slowly faded, blending together with the dim light of daybreak. When the sun finally came out, it disappeared without a trace. If you strain your eyes, though, you can still see its shape.
何等級くらいだろう。
The morning star is minus 4.5, so minus 6 sounds possible. Even in the characteristic clear light blue sky of dawn, a shining yellow point was still faintly visible. That light was proof that what happened this morning wasn't a dream and would surely remain in the daytime sky. After Comet Alcott passed by Earth, it would circle to the reaches of the solar system, then return 2,000 years later. We witnessed and recorded that first encounter. The blank space of our memories.
バイバイ。また会おうね。
You just said it would come back 2,000 years later. I doubt you'll meet again. That's the ending. After credit scene. That day we stayed there absent-mindedly watching the sky, even after the morning sun had completely wiped away the night. Even if Comet Alcott's tail of light had vanished, it would still remain there with the sun. Several days passed and it gradually shifted in the sky, growing further away from Earth until it finally vanished into into the edge of the Milky Way. Even after we could no longer see it with the naked eye, we continued observing and recording it so long as we could track it with my telescope. It would return 2,000 years later. It'd be long gone by then, of course. But his journal just might be useful to astronomers of that time. Those imaginations swelled. You're awfully neat, even though it's not time for your walk. I bent over and pet Kotaro's back. His bushy tail wagged violently left and right. Her tail's just like Comet McNaught's. It looked just like the pictures of that magazine's special issue on Comets, curled into an arc.
コタちゃんも寂しいんだよ。
That's so. Familiar faces were lined up behind me as I pet Kotaro.
あきみ
部長。
空見先輩
The three-man underclassmen friend group.
メールしろよな。
My best friend I was somehow still stuck with, Takaichi. Plus, is she genuinely sad, or is she just sad that she has to work more now? Let's be honest, which is it? Miyaru, who was almost moved to tears for some reason. There was also Saya and Kotaro, the Shiba next to me. 6 people and 1 dog had come to see me off. Come on, Sensei, don't cry.
泣いてなんかないわよ。花粉症なだけだもん。
You're a teacher, so you're used to these kinds of goodbyes, aren't
向
you?
こう候補が出ていっちまうから、それで泣いてんじゃねえの？
たけ。あんた、後で覚えときなさいよ。
あきみ向こうに行っても元気でね。
お体にはお気をつけください。
Thanks. I smiled at them and Yamada looked down quietly. Yamada?
部長。
That is actually kind of sweet. She doesn't seem to show emotion too much, but as he's moving out, she actually can't hold back anymore. That is actually extremely sweet. But suddenly, Yamada suddenly latched onto me.
寂しいです。もっといろいろ教えてほしかったです。
ひなみ
ひなみさん。
I patted her head. I think I've said this before, but thank you, Yamada. Thanks to you joining the club, I was able to act like a real member. Someone like me with no relatives, being able to have a place to share with someone was a great respite. Funny thought, so after all this time.
部長。
Miyoru will teach you about astronomy. Ask her any time you're free during work. Plus, we'll meet again soon. It wasn't just lip service. The special privilege of astronomy clubs was having the opportunity to see everyone doing events, regardless of the generation. She finally separated from me and wiped her eyes.
ひなみちゃん。恐縮です。プリンセス。
Yamada wiped her tears with the handkerchief Saya gave
後
her.
輩山田は部長の後を継ぎ、星野第一天文部と、そして早乙女のレジを必ずや守ってゆきます。
She stuck her heels together and saluted. Yeah, I'm counting on you. Right then, a black luxurious car pulled up, then slammed on its brake. The door flew open.
間に合いましたわ。
Why does it sound like she just kicked open the door? We made it!
ちょっと私。
That's the point, like you just hear police sirens in the distance. A brightly smiling Shiratori and seemingly carsick Yoshioka came out. What's the matter, you two?
どうしたもこうしたもありません。今日旅立つことをどうして事前にお教えくださらなかったのですか？
Well, I thought it might have been a bother.
迷惑なわけないでしょう。ねえ、吉岡。
はい、白鳥先輩。我々が空見くんを見送るのは当然のことです。吉岡さん、大丈夫？
Saya looked concerned at Yoshioka's pale face.
はい、
どうにか。あなたにはどんなに言葉を尽くしても表せないほどの恩があります。あの時ムツラ星の会を復活させられたのも、プレアディス1号を完成させられたのも、その後の数々の栄光の歴史を築けたのも、みんなあなたのおかげだわ。
You're exaggerating. I may have been able to have some small influence, but the honorable history she spoke of was thanks to everyone.
先輩はこうおっしゃりたいのです。短い間でしたが、あなたと共に活動できて楽しかったと。ええ。
Yoshioka tottered while speaking for her when Shiratori nodded strongly. Then Shiratori nodded strongly. If that's the case, then I'm the one who should be thanking you. Our activities were blasts with you and everyone. That doesn't mean this is the end. A smile filled her whole face at my
も
words.
ちろんよ。夜空に星の瞬く限り、私たちの星巡りの旅は終わらないわ。あっくん、そろそろ電車来るよ。
Whoa, gotta go. I took up a mountain climbing sack at my feet and on my shoulder. When I look up, my eyes met with Miharu's.
自分のクラスの子はみんな可愛いし、平等に目をかけてるつもりだけど、でも、あんたはとびきり心配な子だったわ。
Did I fuck up earlier this part when I said it's Dear Good Friends, even though it wasn't Dear Good Friends, but the other? No, this is Stargazer, I'm an idiot. So you did put off Stargazer. Why am I messing up all over today? I bet I would have caused you some trouble. Or certainly I'm certain my complicated family situation and stubborn personality really made her worry. Tears welled up in her eyes again as she looked at me.
もう、なんかあんたって他人な気がしないのよ。
She stood on her tiptoes and forced her arms around my neck. She used to have to bend over to meet my gaze when I was in her
健
class.
康に気をつけるんだよ。しっかり勉強して、悪い遊びとか覚えずに、ちゃんとした大人になるんだよ。
Seeing her act like this now is actually really nice. Sensei, this kind of hurts a lot.
じゃないと、あの子のこと幸せにしてあげられないでしょ。
Understood. After my reply, she sniffled.
よし。
And finally let me go. Ow! Can I say something too?
何よ。就職しろとか言ったらぶっ飛ばすわよ。
I'm not gonna say that at this point. You're a more important person to me than just my teacher.
待って。
She cut
お
me off.
母さんとか言ったらやっぱりぶっ飛ばすから。
No, I wouldn't really go that far. You're like a troublesome older sister.
お姉ちゃんか。
She repeated it under her breath.
それならよし。
I think of you as family as well, so you watch your health too. Get married if you can. Her eyes turned sharp and she tightened her fists, so I didn't say anything more. The manager said I could come back anytime. I don't have any other homes, so I'll send New Year's cards and stuff.
そうしなさい。絶対だからね。
Sensei ended our talk with a step back. Masagari really does feel nice that he does seem to have found a new family in the South Domes. That is constantly nice over and over again, which just makes the Miharu route that much nicer, since it's not just technically his family. It's not just his family in, you know, it doesn't just feel like family, but it actually is. That's what makes it so nice.
落ち着いたら連絡しろよ。遊びに行くから。
むつら星 OB/OG 会を作りますので、そこで官房会を企画しましょう。よしおか。はい、すでに手配済みです。
And Yoshioka's back to acting like a secretary.
でね、ハキリヒカリによろしくね。部長。
ひかりお姉様、よろしくお願いします。
Said my goodbyes to everyone that faced Saya last. Got nothing but favors from you these past 3 years, huh?
やっと光にバトンタッチだね。
I'm not gonna make any sappy
当
goodbyes.
たり前だよ。だってお別れじゃないもん。
And I'm off.
またね。バイバイ。
That day, I cleared out from the room I received just 2 years ago. Because I couldn't commute to college from there. Passed my exams safely. I headed to a college in the countryside of the neighboring prefecture. Needed tuition and living expenses, help from relatives. University in the city was off the list from the start. It wasn't like I wanted to go to one to begin with. I wanted an environment I could concentrate on studies. Well, that wasn't the only reason. Hey! If we don't get this cleared up soon, we can't even make food.
こんなにあるんだもん。
Girls should have a ton of luggage. What's even in that cardboard mountain?
あんたが少なすぎるの。なんでリュック一つに生活用品一式入っちゃうのよ。あー、疲れた。休憩しよう。残りは明日。
Oh, grief. I guess today's dinner is cup ramen.
私チリトマト。
Isn't that just curry?
ねえ、アキト、電気消して。
Huh?
ほら見て、星が。
Went out to the veranda at Hikari's calling, and looked out over the night starry sky. Wow, you're right. With instant coffee in her mug in one hand, elbows on the rail, Hikari gazed at the stars. I nestled close to her, basked in the night's silence. This room was my new den. It was also Hikari's new home. She chose the same university as me. Didn't you just say that there was no university? Out of all the ones she applied to, she probably chose this one so she could attend with me. But I think there was one other reason. It was also the reason I chose this place. Screw living somewhere you couldn't see the stars. We were probably a rarity, a young couple who didn't want to go to the city for a reason like that. But here we were. Here we both were.
この部屋に決めてよかったね。街からも離れてて、星が見やすくて。
Glad things like that's like the store. That makes things like the store further away,
三
though.
日月村に比べたら全然便利よ。
We were fully prepared to have hardships from the start. You had to at least enjoy the inconvenience. Hikari smiled and sipped her coffee, as if she wanted to say, no inconvenience could replace
見
this.
上げてごらん。夜空の星を。
Roll credits.
どこにいても、星はいつもそこにある。道に迷った時も、人生に迷った時も、あの星たちが、私たちの道しるべ。ってね。
Maybe those words were meant to change anxiety into hope. Even in the blinding darkness ahead, if you strained your eyes, there were countless tiny lights. We've always been guided by the stars. We've always been guided by the stars, haven't we?
そういうこと。これから、よろしくね、アキト。
Same here, Hikari. High-pitched noise spoiled the nice mood. Cat was going off.
行ってきて。何せ私はもうお腹ペコペコだから。
Yeah. When your destination is uncertain, look to the sky. No matter where you are, the sky will always be there. The guys that led us here. Look up at the sky full of stars. Roll credits. Our story isn't over until we reach that light. Then, I know at the beginning I was slightly miffed actually that Hikari had an after story in this, since her story felt closed off. But honest God, just for that scene where he's moving out of, the way where he's moving out of Sao Tome, made it worth it. That was extremely sweet, especially seeing Miharu for once acting like, honest to God, acting like a teacher again, was really sweet. Still slightly disappointed when it comes to Hikari's character, though, because that whole moving out of Sao Tome, they could have put that in any of the other like literally any of the other routes. They could have put that anywhere else, and it would have been amazing. But they decided not to, which is disappointing. You know, would have been great. Overall, disappointed with Hikari's after story, but I knew from the beginning I would be. That's why I chose it first after nobody voted. Since now we can leave the game off on a high note, maybe. I'm hoping that the after story for Saya is gonna play after the after credit scene from base game. Because then I can see that it will be amazing. Because then it'll probably involve them planning their marriage, probably building a family, and you know how I am with that. You know how I am with that. So yeah. Overall verdict, as disappointed as I expected, and slightly less disappointed as I was expecting, actually. Since I did like the scene of them moving out, but then again, there was disappointment looping back because of that, because they could have put it in another route. For example, Yoshioka's route, where the after credit scene was, honest to God, rather disappointing. Great character, disappointing after credit scene. And the after credit scene can very much make or break a character for me. So yeah. So, because of that, just because of this route, Miharu is now slightly above Hikari. So now, first place Miharu, second place Hikari, third place Saya. Let's see if Saya's after credit scene can, let's see if Saya's after story can change something about that. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and tomorrow, we'll finally finish this game. Then next week we can finally get back to Tsujisan no Junai Road. Which, by the way, you can all... Actually, no. Don't. Fucking don't. Wait until next video. Actually, that's bad. I should probably just upload a separate video asking people what they want, because not everyone who watched Tsujisan no Junai Road is guaranteed to watch this as well. So anyways, hope you guys enjoyed this one, and see you next time. Bye-bye!